introduced the draft wastewater standards through Taumata Arawai, the national regulator. So what we've been doing in the last sort of 8 to 9 months is just trying to understand the impacts of those draft standards on the Nature Calls project. The previous slide talked about the receiving environments and the level of treatment that would be required to meet the draft standards, depending on the dilution at the point of discharge. So for Palmerston North, we've done some river modelling, and if we were to remain discharging, and this is by no means a predetermined outcome, but if we were to remain discharging at our current discharge location, we'd meet the low dilution threshold, and that chart on the slide there tries to indicate what the current plant performance levels would, whether it would or wouldn't meet any of the end of pipe discharge standards. So you can see column 5 there, which is a low dilution freshwater environment. The new standards, or the draft standards, because they're yet to be finalised of course, but the draft standards would require a treatment process that would get the BOD below 10, the suspended solids below 10, the nitrogen levels down below 5, etc., etc. And our current plant only meets 3 of those thresholds, so it's quite clear to us that whatever treatment we decide upon in the future, we'd need a significant upgrade of our treatment plant to meet even the moderate dilution freshwater standards we'd struggle to meet. So that's guiding us in our thoughts around what level of technology and treatment we would need. And the third bullet point there talks about secondary treatment to a standard such as MBR. Now, lots of acronyms in this game, but MBR is membrane bioreactor. Essentially, membrane bioreactor is a process that would be akin to what you'd use in a drinking water treatment plant to get those solids and get those particulate levels down to that really kind of 0.45 micron size. So it's really high level of treatment, really high standard, and that's the kind of technology we'd need to be employing to meet those standards for a freshwater discharge. Happy to take questions as we go, if there are questions.
So is the well water drinkable at that standard?
No, so the idea wouldn't be to make it into drinking water. It's a really good question. I think what you'd need to do to go to that level, and I think Singapore do this, is you'd need to do a further treatment, some kind of oxidation process or reverse osmosis, or you'd need to go one step further to turn it into potable water, but it would only be one stage of treatment away from that, so it would be very high quality treatment. So the standards in their current form also talk about the requirements if you were to do discharge to land, which, as I'm sure you'll all be aware, the consent that we've got lodged with Horizons at the moment does talk about a dual land and river discharge environment. The draft standards are rather silent on what that would look like if you used to have a hybrid kind of a scheme where you might discharge to land during the summer and discharge to the river during the winter. They wasn't very clear on what the rules would be, so we've fed back and asked them for some clarity. But what we do know is that they would change the land classification, and very early estimates for us would see that if we was to discharge the volume of the Palmerston North supply to land, we'd probably need 3 times the area of land that we'd catered for in the previous one. We was already looking at 700 hectares of land. We figure we'd need a lot more than that, and again that pushes that affordability question to front of mind. There's some other little points about discharging to the river as well. The draft standards talk about end of pipe, except if you're discharging to a hard bottomed river. Now the issue there is that when you're discharging to a gravelly, stony environment, your risk of periphyton, which is just an algae, your risk of periphyton growth increases significantly because the periphyton attaches to the rocky bottom of the river. And what they say in the draft standards is that you'd need to do risk assessment at site to determine your nutrient removal standards. So it wouldn't be a national standard, it would be a site-based specific standard. But the draft standards don't determine how to get to that point, so we fed back on that as well. It says if it's a soft bottom river, sandy bottom river, the risk of periphyton growth is much reduced, and therefore you could just use the national standards for nutrient removal. Totara Road, which is where the current discharge is, it's a hard bottom river, so we've still got some questions and a little bit of uncertainty around what the standards would mean for a discharge at Totara Road.
Just probably another reason why we're raising those points here is that when you see some of the options, there's a discharge points at different options at different points in the river for that very reason. Some of it's hard bottom, and then where it changes to actually a sandy base river is the reason why there were some options sitting in there. Before we kind of get into the options, just talk a little bit about engagement as well. So it's not only engagement, we do have reference groups, stakeholder groups that are actually involved in this project as well. The likes of federated farmers and community groups, business groups and that as well, that are actually involved in the steering of this particular project, given the fact that it does have quite significant reach, but do just want to talk about iwi engagement. So our iwi partners in Palmerston North are very important to us, and so engaging with Rangatahi o Muaūpoko, Te Tūmata Kahuki and Ngāti Whakatiri in particular, giving us technical input and regular project team meetings. So both at a governance level, project steering group level, and also Mike and his team also engaging with those partners in details, cultural assessments and the like associated with this particular project. And that's happened all the way along as part of the current consent that we have, and it's starting to happen as well as part of this future piece of work. So we have had a number of engagements, those are listed up there as well, and workshops, and we expect those to plan to continue across the course of the next lot of options that we're looking at. So if we have a look at these are all of the options that have been presented to Council. The ones obviously highlighted and have a line through them are now options that have come off the table. Council has asked us to look at options A, B1, B2, C and E listed above there, taking into account the previous projects' goals and aims and purpose and that we were trying to, principles that we were trying to achieve, took those into account. What you will note obviously is that the costs associated with those particular options are all, bar potentially E, below the 480 million that have been earmarked in the current consent or progressing consent that we have in place. It's highly likely, depending on the options that the Council select, that as was outlined in the previous work, is that we're expecting that the project costs associated with implementing nature calls will be below the 480 million, which will flow on and have an impact obviously in the financial sustainability of any water service CCO into the future as well. So Council, so what we're doing is that we're working through at a high medium level on each of these particular options now, looking to present this back to Council, working through this with our partners and other steering group members to have a look at what the implications of each of these might actually look like. There are some risks associated with each of those. So for instance, option A, which is Horowhenua, and the reason why that's an option is because that's where the river, the bottom of the river changes from a hard bottom river to sand base. So that's the reason why that's in there. Option B has two parts to it. One is discharge at Totoro Road, where we currently discharge to the river, but B2 is Totoro Road plus future adaptive management plan solutions. Really the idea with that is to look at options for getting it out of the river at some point into the future is really the key feature behind that one. You've got option C, which is Totoro Road and Muaūpoko at various different flows, and then option E, which has a river land component to it as well. The issue with option E, and Mike might comment on this as well, is that that doesn't necessarily mean that we would have to do any changes. Effectively, the treatment that we're operating at the moment at the wastewater plant will pretty much remain as it is now. And he's nodding in the right direction, so I got that right. So that's not treating it higher than it's currently being treated at the moment. We still would need to probably meet the standards that have been set from Tūmata Arawai around that as well. But you got any other comments on that, Mike?
Yes, thanks, Wayne. Just one comment on E. The reason or the premise behind E is that we would be discharging to land during the low river flow conditions, and when the river flow was higher, it may trigger, and I say may because we don't know yet, it may trigger a different dilution ratio. You know, we talked earlier about the low, medium and high for the different environmental discharges. The possibility would be that the lower flow to the river and the higher river flows would change the discharge dilution requirements. That's the only way that one meets that threshold.
Sort of things around adaptive management plan, it doesn't mean that discharge to land is off the table as well. It is certainly something that we have a couple of reasonably significant trade waste suppliers to us in that as well, that we're working with, where they currently discharge to land, and maybe there's, we're investigating options about them, about using those particular sites and that as well into the future. So there's lots of conversations and moving parts sort of happening at the moment around that. That's our last slide. So, Benny, so if there's any questions, happy to take those.
I suppose the obvious one for me is the difference in the cost. Substantive difference. Why is that? Is that just the way you treat this stuff? Or?
Yeah, I can take that one. Thanks, Bernie. So whichever of those options, except E, whichever of those options, or potentially F, the ocean outfall, would include a significant upgrade to the wastewater plant and the purchase of land and the conveyance costs of pump stations, pipes out to the discharge fields, and the infrastructure for land distribution, centre point irrigators. So it would be the discharge to land would also require a significant upgrade to the treatment plant.
Yeah, through the a couple of the slides back about the discharge to land, the new standards now would potentially mean that we were looking at securing about 700 hectares of land to be able to discharge onto. The new standards are suggesting that might be 2,000. So it's a reasonable chunk that you would need to acquire in order to be able to do that.
And the proximity to Palmerston North and the treatment plant has a big impact too. If we're piping it 30 kilometres away, it's significant cost.
Justin.
Thanks, guys. I just wanted to ask, so you did mention that at low river flow and potentially peak flows, there's land to discharge. Do you already have that land, or does that land still have to be sourced not the greater package, but I'm guessing that there's a model that you'll use that you can determine how much land would be required for that laid out area, I suppose, unless there's another word for it.
Yeah, so we don't own any land for this at the moment. That would have to be sourced and procured.
Well, I'll ask another question then. Which one of the options do you think that the iwi are going to work with? Which one of the options do you think iwi are more than likely to be behind now that we're going through and we've eliminated quite a few options? Just to give us a bit of a steer about where you think that could head.
Yeah, I thought you were going to ask me which option my councillors might be leaning towards, at which I'd say, well, that's their decision. Look, we're working through all of these with our iwi partners. If I was to be honest about them, none of them are probably a good option from an iwi perspective, and so we just need to kind of think about, again, it's kind of similar to local water done well, is actually thinking about where's the long-term game, where do we want to be, where's the technology heading, is there a better way of doing this, treating this in the future, and those sorts of things. So that would give you a steer about where it potentially where their preference might be as well.
So maybe the B2 option then, just looking at them, would be the one that might give some confidence about.
Yeah, and the other part of it that our council is also starting to have a bit of a think about is, what are the mitigations associated with going with any of these options? Is there some level of offset that could be provided that actually does look to enhance or improve the environment in some other ways, to kind of offset any potential impacts or effects?
If I might just add that B2, as soon as we're talking about B2, some of the other parts of adaptive management which we don't often think about is reducing the inputs to the treatment plants and not just the outputs from it. So we're doing a lot of work in the inflow and infiltration space. We're going to start some modelling work on water meters, and Horowhenua are going in that direction. If we can reduce the impacts into the receiving network, that would also have a beneficial gain for the outputs from the plant as well. So it's looking at both inputs and outputs is what we're calling adaptive management.
Thank you both, and I'll just, final comment from me is we are the receiving body, so whatever we do upstream, I hope that we think about the downstream. Kia ora.
Yeah. So from a timing perspective, this will still be a decision of your council as opposed to the new entity, right? Because the new entity, based on the timeline before, won't be established or operating until 2027. So you'll have to make a decision around what final version of the resource consent application you need to progress with, right?
Correct. So the current project timeline, we don't have a slide on that, but we do have a timeline. We're a little bit reliant on Palmerston ROI to have the final standards prepared by the end of August, which is the commitment they've made. That gives the project team time to do the technical review to be able to take options to the new council after elections. So we're aiming to get in front of council in early December to help them to make a shortlist. That shortlist then in the early new year would go out for consultation as part of our BPR process, and then after consultation, council would make a decision, possibly around about March 26 on a preferred BPR, and then we start the reconsenting process to get that in front of the regional council.
And sorry if I'm not fully across this, but is nature calls also within scope of the regional and city deal package that we put forward? No, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, no, the idea with the regional city deals was actually to kind of steer away from water infrastructure type stuff, things here.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Mark.
weird sitting over here, but I'll see how it goes. Kia koutou. I want to thank Monique and Mayor Burney for allowing us to do this. This is a little bit different than some of the presentations we have about pipes and waters and roads. But Simon and I have been undertaking this research for a number of years now here in the Horowhenua, and Simon's been going around, I'll get Simon to introduce himself in a minute, been going around trying to tell the community here and other organisations of the importance of this highly endangered species that we have sitting in our backyard. And what triggered me to sort of come and give this presentation is a few comments by a few councillors around the table questioning predator-proof fencing and various other activities by outside organisations on why they're spending money on these sort of things. So hopefully, even though there's going to probably be a whole lot of science here, I hope you won't bore you to death with all the science, but hopefully you get a sense of why it's so important that we do these offsetting activities in some of our large-scale developments that are going on around us as well. Anyway, I'll pass over to Simon.
Kia koutou. So yes, my name is Simon Hills. I'm a senior lecturer at Massey, and my background is evolutionary biology and ecology, and my primary focus has been New Zealand snails, particularly mostly marine stuff, but certainly I'm collaborating with John here looking at the Hapū. And you'll see there's a number of different names from a Māori perspective that we've given to the species. I also want to acknowledge Sean Nielsen, who's another colleague at Massey. He's another Horowhenua local, grew up in school here, so he's got a lot of family connections and has been kind of a critical component of the team as well. So what are we talking about? We're talking about this snail, Pupuringi Palefanta traversii, as we know it in the scientific name, large endemic land snail. Absolutely restricted this particular species to Horowhenua and Muaūpoko, primarily the populations here around Levin. It's a nocturnal carnivorous snail. They're hermaphrodites, meaning they've got both male and female parts, but you need two snails to reproduce. One of the key points there is that they don't regulate their moisture in dry conditions. So unlike your garden snails, which you'll find in dry conditions all crusty up around the shell, that's their adaptation to handle dry conditions. Our big native snails like this do not have that adaptation. They are entirely reliant on good moist conditions, particularly through the driest period of the year. Average lifespan, they're quite long-lived for a invertebrate at 12 to 14. That's probably an underestimate as well. Low fecundity, so this is something that you see again and again in New Zealand native species. They don't reproduce in large numbers or very quickly, so this is one of the reasons why we have problems with pests and so on and so forth. So they're fairly low fecundity. And this last point we'll come back to in a little bit. They're an important evolutionary radiation that goes back quite deep in time. From a Māori perspective, I can talk to this. So from a Māori perspective, these are very important tonga species. They've been iconic species associated with a number of longua practices and traditional practices going back 1,000 years. In the North Island, this species is only found in 3 places: the Horowhenua, there's a small population in Tūhoi, and then another small population in Taranaki as well. And so between those 3 iwi over the last 1,000 years, there's a knowledge gained about the species which has been really important for a number of medicinal purposes, and knowledge has been shared between those 3 iwi over that time as well. Even today, I probably shouldn't say this on the record or in public, even though this is a very protected species, there's still members of the iwi that actually go and collect this species to use it for medicinal purposes, and a lot of them today believe that this species has saved their lives. It's contributed to their long life. They also face pressures around their illnesses where they can't seek medical attention or they can't afford medicines, and so they return to some of these traditional practices. For Muaūpoko, it's an iconic gift, gifting the shell, and we see it as a kaitiaki over other species in the environment, and it's also a talk of environmental change too. So when we see changes in the populations and distribution of this species, we see it as an indicator that the environment's about to change as well. So I think I sort of wanted to put this slide up, that this snail, even though you guys probably don't even care about it too much or don't even recognise the importance of it. It's in the media all the time for all the things that it does. So this is a very rare species that exists only in the Horowhenua, but also in alpine areas. This snail has stopped mining in the South Island. It's other snails around the world have stopped large mining projects as well, because some of these species are so rare and so valuable, being so long-lived in our environment as well. And I think what else is there? You know, the big thing for Simon and I is that the snail in New Zealand is sliding to extinction due to climate change, but also due to urban development as well. There's always a whole lot of work which you guys don't see around the snail, and particularly in the Horowhenua there's been a lot of terrestrial ecology reports, and that Simon's contributed some of them as well, on the importance of the snail in our environment, but also the impacts that O2NL will have on the populations and the habitat of the snail as well. And so through that work that was going on for the last 5 years, O2NL and ecologists and Muaūpoko Tribal Authority have agreed to come up with an offsetting process, which is building that predator-proof fencing area, and we hope that that will help the species survive in our area. I constantly get reminded by Doc that if I touch these snails or I translocate them or I take them, I will be fined up to $100,000 and 2 years in prison as well. And so I remember when I first came on council, I think it was Brent or someone asked if they could have some of these snails for a display in the library. And so I've never followed up on that, because Doc constantly reminded me that I'll get fined $100,000 and end up in prison for 2 years if I put the display in the library. Still got a dream of having a display in our library though. But I can't stress the importance of having such a unique species sitting in our backyard. I know it's not fluffy, I know it's not cute, it doesn't have feathers, but we've got heaps of kiwi all over the country, we've got heaps of other birds all over the country as well, so this thing is unique to the Horowhenua. And the uniqueness lies, in a scientific perspective, in its evolution. So this species, we believe, being endemic in New Zealand, lends itself to being a remnant of Gondwana land. So about 200 million years ago, the species was sitting on a landmass, which we call Gondwana land. New Zealand formed off the side of that, and so this species hopped a ride on whatever landmass was separating out from Gondwana land, and evolved alongside the way that New Zealand's evolved over the last 200 million years, and it's been pretty resilient to survive and adapt, and also develop new species alongside the evolution of our landmass. So it's gone through a number of changes, times when New Zealand almost was disappeared under the ocean, through to climate changes, through to ice ages, warm climates. In the last 30,000 years, we believe that the species sort of migrated from the South Island across a land bridge that connected Taranaki and the Horowhenua. So about 30,000 years ago, the sea level was probably about 120 metres lower, and so we were connected by land to the North and South Island. The climate was very cold, so it allowed the species to spread across the Horowhenua plains and up into the Tararua ranges as well. And alongside that, for some unknown reason, we have no idea why an alpine species would settle in the Horowhenua or in the lowlands area, in a coastal area, and that's what we're still struggling with, is why this species can survive in lowland Horowhenua. And so it's pretty cool. This Gondwana sort of relative of ours, pretty unique to Aotearoa, settles around Levin. It's all around our reserves in Levin. And I think Simon's probably going to take you through some of the species that exist around Levin as well. I think that's pretty much
cool. So following on from that, this just kind of fills in that picture of the evolution. So you'll see a tree. You don't necessarily need to read the names there particularly. You'll notice there's a bunch of different colours. My key take-home messages from here is that most of the diversity in Palmerston, the genus, so not specifically the species that we have here, but the genus, all of their relatives, most of that diversity is in the South Island, in the Southern Alps, and largely at quite high elevation. Not completely, but most of the species are quite high elevation species. If you can see the red dots in particular, there's a bunch of them in the top of the South Island there. That is the one species which is closely related to Traversii, which we have here, and Markentai, which are the red dots that you can see in the upper part of the lower North Island there. That nest of dots just around the Levin area represents the various recognised subspecies, which I'll come to in a second, of the Traversii species. So that little patch of dots there is
essentially representing that unique aspect that Horowhenua has with those snails, and in particular, as John was pointing out, the lowland habitat of them. So they exist in lowland patches of bush, or some of the lowland patches of bush now, and up into the hills, into certainly the Hapū Ridge. Not sure how far over into the Tauruas they get, but they are unusual, and amongst a small handful of Palmerston species that are adapted for lowland environments. And so there's very few places in the country where we can drive essentially 5 minutes from this building, be in Muaūpoko Reserve, where there is a reasonably decent-sized population of these snails. Most of the time, you're tramping for quite a bit of time into the alpine environments to find them. So, the background, I guess, to the piece of work that Massey and Muaūpoko have been working on is this Pupurangi project. It's a NBIE ministry-funded, what's called a Vision Mātauranga Capability Fund project with that title. The concept being around developing better understanding of Palmerston in the rohe in order for Muaūpoko to be able to carry out more effective kaitiakitanga of the species. Key focuses have been systematic investigation of where the snails are or have been in the past. Quite a lot of literature searches there, and a start on the ground searches. Collecting a lot of environmental and ecological data to understand where is it that the snails want to be, what kind of habitats are the most successful in, and that sort of plugs into thinking about translocations potentially in the future. And we're just embarking on the genomic aspect of the project, looking at a genome sequence from an individual, and that will lead into genetic analysis of the populations, and I'll come to some of the importance of that in more detail shortly. Why is kaitiakitanga of this taonga important? We've talked about some of why the snails are important more generally. For these snails in Horowhenua specifically, we've got these currently recognised subspecies. They're all considered at the very least nationally endangered. This is all taken from the DOC threat classification system for the snails. They are all listed as additional caveats to that. They're conservation dependent, meaning that without some degree of conservation intervention, they are likely to be heading towards extinction. They are climate impacted, meaning that the changing climate, particularly drying, is a significant threat, and that there's a data poor trend, meaning that there's insufficient data being collected on the populations to understand what their actual population trends are. Are they increasing or decreasing, and at what sort of rates? This is all connected with an issue. All of the populations are geographically restricted, and they're likely to be declining due to things like habitat loss and predation. And what we see here is a collection of shells found in Prowse's Reserve a couple of years ago from a rat cache, basically. So all of these shells were found essentially one place. Rats have been eating them and collecting the shells. So this is indicative of that predation pressure that the snails are suffering, and locally, as I said, this is from Prowse's Bush in town here. Of course, probably don't need to remind anybody here in the room, there's some significant urban developments planned in the area. These both represent potential threats to the snails, and that's indicated in the Te Ika plan on that sort of corner there. You can see the Muaūpoko Reserve. This is an important site for the snails, which will be abutted by that development, and we've got the Otu highway. While there are potential threats associated with these things, there's also potential opportunities to be exploited, one of which being, of course, the predator-proof fence going next to Hapū. There's the potential to develop new, fresh or renewed habitats for snails that to be potentially translocated to in the future, and increase the number of places on the landscape in which the snails are existing, and therefore really doing some good work for their conservation. Now, I just wanted to step through a little bit of history based on the literature of these snails. What we're looking at here is a map of Horowhenua, essentially. You can sort of see them there. The yellow pins represent the sites from which the various subspecies of the snail are identified from. So what I mean by that is the original identification of the species was of the subspecies was done from animals taken at each of those sites, and there's one missing off the top, which is the closer to Palmerston North, the Horowhenua subspecies. Now, what happened was in 1930, as far as from a scientific perspective, I should caveat that this is the history from a scientific perspective. There's not a heck of a lot of information yet that we've been able to put our fingers on that tells the story of the Māori understanding of the snails from before this time, and I expect it potentially would have been reasonably significant, but not easy to get at these days. So this is really telling the story of the snail from its scientific sort of recognition. So 1930 is when Powell first identifies Paulophanta traversii, and as you can see there, that type site is Muaūpoko Reserve. So that Muaūpoko Reserve is extremely important in terms of the story of the snails. I think we're looking at 1938 for the recognition of Horowhenua up further. We get through to 1946, and the next three subspecies are recognised. So Kukuturoa from the swamps to the north, the Florida form from just the other side of the Ihaia River, up against the base of the ranges, and the Otakia form from further down. By 1949, he recognises, Powell recognises the Latizona form, which is for the populations existing up in the outer Paipo range. So these are slightly higher elevation snails, but still not the same, anything like the ones down in the South Island. However, by 1979, Powell basically says, look, there are these forms, we can tell them apart, but I do not know whether or not they actually represent different subspecies or not. Now, the importance to that statement is kind of connected to how essentially legislation works around conservation, and quite often we're very keyed in on species or subspecies. So despite him saying at that point in time, I don't know if these are actually different subspecies or subspecies or not, we still see in the conservation literature that they're being recognised as forms or subspecies in order to sort of recognise that yes, there are these forms, they are important from a conservation perspective individually. The work we're doing, I think, is potentially suggesting, and don't quote me on this if this changes in 5 years' time once we've got more data, but it's looking like my interpretation is certainly all of the cluster of subspecies around Levin are probably only a single species, but the take-home message is all of the populations are important, whether or not they are one species or not. Each of those populations represents a currently disjoint reservoir of genetic and morphological diversity that is important for the species as a whole. So whether or not they're different subspecies or a single species, to my mind, is largely irrelevant to the conservation. All of the populations are important and should be conserved. So just to put that in context, when we worked with a forestry company that was cutting down the trees at Kaiteri, we recommended that we go and pick up the snails and translocate them to the Muaūpoko Reserve. And DOC said no because of this classification. So they said that's not correct to do with, from conservation practice, to move one species into next to another species. And so then we had to come up with another plan, or the forestry company had to come up with another plan to protect the snails as it's cutting the trees down.
Yep. So what this means is we've got a bunch of sites that represent the sort of the original understanding from a scientific perspective of the snails. There are collections in both Te Papa in Wellington and Auckland Museum of snails taken from all of these sites, and a few more from this time of the 1930s through to the early 1950s. Past monitoring has involved what you can see in those bits of white text essentially are two different, I think one's a master's project and one's a PhD project, can't remember now actually, but in on the left hand side there is around Paipotonga, a 1997 master's thesis monitoring the snails at that site. On the other side of the picture here, we can see a number of different sites that were monitored in a 2011 thesis, again relatively short-term monitoring, and in a number of sites DOC has ongoing monitoring plots which they measure at, I'm not actually sure exactly what the frequency is. It changed a little bit.
I think every year they come down and measure these sites.
It's intended to be every year, but I'm not sure it actually works out to that.
They refuse to come to HDC's reserves.
Okay.
So they stick to mainly DOC reserves. I should point out that pretty much all of the past monitoring is using what's called a quadrat plot approach, where you've essentially got something like a 10 by 10 metre plot. You have a bunch of people, they get down on their hands and knees and they go through all of the undergrowth and try to find all of the snails. It's quite intensive on the habitat, and based on some of the work that was done around the Stockton Plateau snails, we know that it can take up to 7 repeats to actually see all of the snails in that environment. So the numbers, there's no perfect monitoring methodology, but there are some reasons to believe that the numbers that are being acquired from those may not be entirely accurate. And for that reason, our approach has been to not use a quadrat approach like that, but to effectively meet the snails on their own terms. So nighttime spotlighting in weather conditions in which the snails are active. So transects, spot as many snails on the transects as are out, and over multiple occasions one can kind of generate, if not the same data, then certainly similar data to the kind of historical data that's out there from these plots and the dock monitoring. There's also a number of notable sites in that they have in the past, at some point in time, been examined, little patches of bush on private and public land to assess essentially the ecological quality or the ecological usefulness of these sites. Some of those sites, particularly ones along the Oha River there, have recognised or made note of possible observations of snails in the past, but there's been very little ongoing monitoring of any of those. Other sites have not necessarily recognised snails in the past, but potentially represent future habitats to which snails could be introduced back to, should a translocation approach be seen to be a useful thing to do. So far in our project, we've examined a number of sites. Can't see this very easily. We've primarily focused on Waipahu Reserve, Paipaitonga, and Kimberley Reserve as essentially our control sites. 3 sites for which there are known snail populations. There are essentially public tracks through, so we've got an easy transect that we can use without disturbing too much habitat in order to establish key aspects of their biology. Basically, what are the weather conditions that we can most we can have the highest probability of ensuring that snails are active to spot them, in order to use that information to go to sites where snails are less well understood, to be able to say, if we go on these conditions, nighttime, relatively warm, not too cold, wet but not necessarily overly wet, then we should be able to identify active snails, and therefore we can confirm or deny as to whether or not there's snails at these sites. So we're mostly focused on those 3, but we have looked in a few other patches of bush. You can possibly make out a little red dot for Brown's Bush down towards the bottom left. That's on a private piece of land on McKelvey Road, I think it is, McKelvey Road. And this was known, live snails were known from it from a number of decades ago. We've been on ideal conditions and have not yet been able to identify snails in that, so it's likely that they're locally extinct. There's also that little Arapaipai bush, so this is the little patch of bush against which the predator-proof fence is currently being established. We've done in 2022, 2023 a number of nighttime surveys in that, and we were unable to find any live snails, but we did find one half shell, which is likely to have been probably at least 4 or 5 years old in terms of it has decayed over a period of at least 5 years, so sometimes there's potentially been live snails in that. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's not potentially a good site in the future, but right now it's very unlikely that there are snails in that particular site. There's the Kahutiri Trig and the Greys Bush track up the other side of the outer pipeline, in which we first identified snails in that forestry, or confirmed that they were there in the forestry block that has now been cleared. And on the other side of the range, there's a significant number of snails on the western side of the outer pipeline there. In the middle, we've got at the bottom of the Te Aroa trail, just as it comes down out of the ranges, there are definitely shells there. We've not been able been able to get back and to confirm live snails there, but there's almost certainly a live population. Not terribly unusual. Snails are known from sort of a bit further north into the Shannon Forest and the forestry above there, but there's certainly, it's an extension on what is understood to be the range. Right up further north, we've had a quick look and not found anything so far. And right in the middle, there's the Gladstone Reserve off the Gladstone Road at the back there. We've had a quick look. Not ideal habitat. We weren't able to identify Paulophanta there. It was more of a case of they'd not been recorded there in the past. It was a case of if they are there, they're coming down the river from the Muaūpoko Ridge there. So we've been to a few, but certainly not all of the possible sites where snails could be so far. Just to give you an idea of what we've been doing, so we've got the 3 control sites mapped out there. You can see the essentially the public tracks that we're following, and as an example, we've located with GPS all of the locations across multiple revisits of where we're finding the snails in order to determine numbers and so on and so forth. So you can't quite see there, but for Waipahu Reserve, at the point in time that I generated this figure, we've done 35 nighttime surveys in there, Fura and Kimberley and Papaitonga so far. What we do is we'll go in at night, we'll photograph the snails, take GPS coordinates here, and as an example of 3 different individuals, all of which have been re-encountered at least once. So you've got photos from one night, photos from the next night. I can identify those visually and start being able to take this encounter survey in order to generate the statistics around snail numbers and snail densities. That gives us the ability to plot graphs like this. This is telling us in the dark on the bar chart is the number of snails that are the first encounter on any given sampling event. The light part of the bar is the number of snails that are re-encounters. Kind of the take-home message for that is we're still getting very high proportions of new snails that we're encountering in Waipahu.
I think we can explain it to councillors and the fact that there's 300 snails in Waipahu Reserve that is the last of their species. If we consider that reserve or those species are single species. So that's the last of their population, all living in one of your reserves.
Yeah. Probably on the positive side, the numbers aren't looking too bad relative to other relative to other sites, let's put it that way. I'll come back to the Waipahu Reserve, and yeah, so what the line is the cumulative number. So far, this graph, and I think this is dated to the end of 2023, we've encountered at least 300, very nearly 300 individual snails. So the data, off a rough estimate of the data at the minute, we're looking at something like 6.5 snails per 100 square metres. I use 100 square metres as the figure because that is what DOC uses in their long-term recovery goals. How does that compare? The last estimate that I was able to find in a document was from 2001, and that recorded 2.4 snails per 100 square metres, so the numbers are better than certainly then. The long-term recovery goal, as I mentioned, as outlined by DOC in Kath Walker's 2003 recovery plan, was greater than 12 snails per 100 square metres. So given a 95% confidence, and also that it's quite a rough estimate at the minute, I'll be able to refine that quite a lot over the near future. It's starting to look like that population may be getting to that recovery goal. I would also point out that based on kind of anecdotal data so far, I've got to do the statistics. The Waipahu snail density is, I think, by far the highest, certainly of all of the lowland bush patches. Not quite sure if that's true for the up the back of the hills in the Muaūpoko, but certainly for the lowland, Waipahu seems to be doing better than some of the other sites, or certainly has a higher snail density. What's really interesting about this Waipahu number is that at the early 1950s, Hapū, who did a lot of that original works, published a note that said he thought that the snails were likely to go extinct in Waipahu Reserve in the near future, and that was related to lots of people coming and collecting the snails for their shells at that point in time. And the population, as based on his observations, was looking extremely poor at that point in time, but we seem to be at least heading in the right direction based on a trajectory looking at that 2001 to recent data. Again, a rough initial estimate. I've got a lot of refinement to do with the statistics to ensure that that is more robust, but it's potentially positive. Thinking about future work, so we've been working on this partnership for since about 2022. We started the first field work, so we're generating a decent data set, but ongoing monitoring is certainly required to track those population trends through time to ensure that we've got a good understanding of whether or not those populations are growing or shrinking, and if so, for both cases, why. Further site surveys are potentially needed to indicate or to determine whereabouts are the snails still in existence and where are they definitely not. Environmental data for monitoring. So one of my next pieces of work is to put some long-term monitoring hardware into some of the sites to determine things like what is over an annual cycle, what is the humidity at some of these sites, so that we can understand how, particularly across the driest period of the year, how dry does a place like Muaūpoko get, where we know that there's a decent population of snails, versus some of these smaller patches of bush, which either have had or questionably have snails, and in order to be able to model what are the requirements of the snail in order particularly to get through those dry periods of time, and how can we consider the development of new habitats or alteration of existing habitats to provide potential snail habitat. Again, if a translocation conservation process is thought to be a good way to go. And connected to that is the genetic analysis. As I said, we've started on that, but there's quite a lot of work to do around understanding from a genetics perspective what is the structure across all of those populations, how much genetic differentiation, how genetically different are each of the populations, because that's going to be really important to inform, again, thinking about what is the appropriate management plan for all of those different populations. Are translocations a good thing to be doing based on that genetic population structure? How can we manage that going forward in the future? So we've got a good bit of data, some really interesting results coming out. I've just shown you a snapshot, but potentially a reasonable amount of work to do to properly understand how these snails are existing on the landscape and to ensure their long-term survival. So I think that's it.
Yeah, so that's it. We've got no recommendations. We're not asking you for anything. If I put my councillor hat on, I'll just ask you to stop being old curmudgeons around predator-proof areas and protecting our reserves, because our reserves are uniquely important nationally for the species which decided to make its home in within.
I guess there is one thing I could say that would be interesting to ask of you, and that is, all of our results in data gathering so far is to sort of serve the purposes of what we're our partnership between Massey and the Muaūpoko. But is there anything in there that the council would potentially like in order to better understand the snails that we could also either use our existing data or include in our future data gathering in order to provide information that might be useful to make decisions around the snails?
Or even use the snail as some iconic species associated with this area. Anyway, any questions?
The threat, they're obviously under threat, and so kind of you said urban development and humans taking them, but then is it like rats and possums that are eating them, or like, so what is it that we actually have to stop getting them?
Primarily rats. Rats are the main issues. Possums will predate them. But our understanding from where that's been happening or occurring in the South Island is that's a learned behaviour for possums. So they don't until somebody learns how to do it, and then they do. So keeping possum numbers down ensures that that doesn't happen. But certainly rats is the main issue for predation. Things like blackbirds and thrushes do eat the juveniles, but are much less of an issue than the rat predation. So Simon's got a whole lot of data on the predation. I mean, we had a whole lot of slides on what the impact on the snail shells look like, so we find heaps of broken shells, eaten snails. But if you looked at one of the slides earlier on where we had those individuals that were photographed multiple times, you'll see that they've got a whole lot of battle scars on their shells from things trying to attack them and eat them, and they heal. But yeah, we've got a whole lot of data on the predation and the number of shells that we find that are eaten as well. But it looks like just, I don't know, cats? No, cats. We don't have any record for cats. Hedgehogs can sometimes be a problem, but it's rats that are the main issue.
So is the long-term goal to, I've forgotten the word you used, transfer some snails into the predator, Arapaho predator-free area, and then they'll live in harmony with the lizards?
Yeah,
and presumably there'll be a native bird population that would naturally arise too.
It's two things in that. Two answers to your question. The first answer is a response sort of to any urban development that goes on around these areas, and that's translocation. So the general practice around the globe has been to translocate these species to somewhere safe. But the real, I suppose, conservation focus should be providing more habitat and protecting the habitat that they have. So, you know, if Taraika goes ahead, you know, there's the opportunities to increase the size of that habitat around Waipahu Reserve. There's the opportunities to provide more habitat. And I think that was our discussions with O2NL as well, was to provide more habitat along their corridor for these snails. And so in their wetland designs, some of the designs were geared around providing habitat for them. But that doesn't, you know, there's other areas around Levin, Prowse's Bush, there's a couple, what was it, Parks Road Bush or something, was it? Or, there's a couple of other bushes that have them. I mean, Simon and I argue all the time that we reckon that there's some of these probably floating around in people's gardens, that maybe we start up a bit of a community activity around doing bio blitzes where they go out and identify them in their gardens, things like that. But that's outside the box of some of the science we do, isn't it? The one caveat on the translocation side of things, so translocations are an extremely useful and common way of carrying out conservation intervention. It's a big strategy being applied to things like kiwi nowadays. For the snails right now, DOC would not allow any kind of translocation to occur, because that understanding around exactly what the relationship is between some species populations and so on and so forth is not well understood. Once we have the data to inform that, then we can make we can provide information that informs how translocations can be best applied. As that comes along, if that is a direction which, you know, various kaitiaki and conservation related people want to take, the thing that can be happening in parallel is thinking about where those sites are, where habitat can be reinstated that are associated with things like the O2NL road edgings, the increasing the size of existing habitats, the thinking about patches of bush which have no snails in them now but could potentially be habitats in the future. So there's sort of parallel pieces of work to do there. Translocation is also a bit of an issue. If you look at the Stockton mine exercise where they picked up all the snails off the whole Stockton plateau, they stored them in chillers, big refrigerated container chillers, hoping to translocate them. The translocations didn't work with the test cases. They kept them in the chillers for a number of years. One chiller recently broke down and killed half the population. So then they've got half of them left of this whole species, and it's costing DOC between 100,000 to 200,000 a year to maintain these chillers. And so that could be forced onto any developer or anyone in these areas. So, you know, there are issues associated. We're a little bit glib about some of these things, but
tēnā kora, mi nei kia kora ko taimai, mi nei kia koe Ngāti Porou, ko taimai roti te whare nei, nei mahara mai piki mai, kake mai, mi hoki kia koe Jonathan, Muaūpoko hoki mō tātou nei mahi, kaitiaki. Just wanted to acknowledge you both and thank you for bringing it to us, because some of us do have an interest. Just because it doesn't have feathers, I think it's good to champion these things that you are undertaking for significant species. Couple of things for me was I am interested about how the project was funded and how it's notified, because I suppose that might inform us a little bit about how, going forward, the project can be continued to be supported and what that looks like for you guys. The other one I just wanted to acknowledge too is that this council has to partner with 4iwi, and so it's part of that notification is how does that work in terms of, where does the gazetting come from, how are the other iwi being engaged in that space to support the work that is being undertaken, because when it comes to kaitiakitanga, every one of them have a responsibility. And I note that some of the areas that you're doing a survey in actually are areas of others. While there's a mixed history, there are still areas of others, and so it's important, that we acknowledge that as well. The genetic sequencing one, I'm really interested in, and how that comes about. Is that something that DOC are responsible to notify, or is that something through the EPA, ERA? I've forgotten what you call them. That organisation. And I suppose the last one, sorry, there's a few questions in it, but I do wonder, because you're talking about a significant endangered species, and probably through our CEO, is to ask, do our district settings in any way acknowledge endangered species in our district? And the reason I ask that is because that may very well support and inform where we have or haven't got protections around particular reserves, and the reasoning why those reserves could be given a significant status based on, the evidence that you've provided today. So yeah, sorry there's so many questions in that.
I'll start with the last one. I've honestly never looked at the plans and policies of this council in respect to endangered species. So I'll be relying on David to see if there's anything in there around endangered species. And I don't even know if we've got reserve management plans for each of the reserves that we operate in. We do have one in Waipu Reserve.
We do have reserve management plans for most of our reserves. I believe Waipu Reserve is one of those, updated a few years ago now, but certainly one of the more recent tranche of reserve management plans that were undertaken. Couldn't tell you without quickly reading it as to exactly what it says around that. Biodiversity was something that our district plan did have some rules and provisions over, but sort of some years ago the Horizons Regional Council took on the responsibility for biodiversity, and essentially required, with the way that the plan legislation fell, required our council to take out provisions around biodiversity, and so that responsibility sits for the management of that sits with the regional council. But sometimes through consent processes, there are conditions that are put on developments. I can think of some covenants or consent notices that were put on, say, by Papatonga Springs development, for instance, around the gully edges and things, and can think of, I think, some buffer areas around Waipu Bush and some other parks and reserves as well. So there's sometimes opportunities to add in some additional measures and controls to help manage some of those effects as well.
Thanks. So just coming to your second question, Councillor Tamihana, sequencing. The sequencing of species is a bit of a grey area at the moment. So there's a row over the last 20 years. There's a range of activities around genetic sequencing in terms of companies going out there and sequencing as many things as they can for commercial gain. They believe that there's value in some genetic sequences out there that they can use for various purposes. The genetic sequencing we do will be through what's called Genomics Aotearoa, which is a national organisation of scientists and researchers and universities. So the sequence will be submitted by Massey University and Muaūpoko together, and the costs are about, between 150 to 200,000 for the initial sequence. What that means in terms of IP, in terms of ownership, that's all up in the air. It's being debated internationally, some of those issues, so we can't really give you an answer around how that information is released. Recently I was dealing with a case a few years ago where a bunch of Australians who have a similar plant to the Manuka plant went out and sequenced the Manuka plant and then claimed ownership of it which then has a whole lot of issues for any biomedical development from that plant as well. So yeah, it's a bit of a wild west out there at the moment. The last question, I'm probably not the best place to answer about partnerships, but if I put my Massey hat on in terms of my roles that I have in Massey has a number of partnerships with a number of iwi across the country. It has it's had a partnership with Muaūpoko for almost 15 years now, 20 years. It undertakes individual research projects between university staff and iwi. They're usually talked about and developed together, co-designed together, so it's not so much of one person or someone in the university running out and just grabbing an iwi to do research with. There's usually a lot of negotiation and partnership development before we undertake these research projects. The research was developed over probably a number of years, where you submit research projects in a contestable fund to MB. MB decide whether you're successful or not. MB decided that this was a good investment and allowed us to carry on and do the research. We continue to try and apply for funding. The funds that we go for are around the hundreds of thousands per year to do some of this research and do some of this work. We've been unsuccessful in the last 2 years with some of the projects we've put forward. Right now, government research funding is all focused on economic outputs. It's hard to swing an economic argument around endangered species. So, DOC have no money. Yeah. So DOC has an approval role in the sense that if we wanted to take a species or sample a species for killing, that we then send away to do the genetics on, we'd have to apply for a permit. Generally, and those permits will go out for iwi consultation across the whole area. We haven't needed to take an animal yet, or a snail yet. We haven't needed to kill one. Simon's, as part of his research, is looking at non-invasive ways to sample these snails for DNA samples. One of the latest ones he's come up with is waiting for one of them to poop. Trying to distinguish their poop and sample that and then send that away for genetic sequencing. So part of the research is about doing things in different ways as well around that new science that's being developed around genetic sequencing as well. So hopefully it didn't quite answer all your questions about iwi partnerships, but Massey University has a number of partnerships with iwi across the country. They usually like them to be active and live. So.
Thank you both. I appreciate you bringing it to us, and I appreciate that the community actually get to hear about a significant species. And I do hope in time our council will look at how we identify endangered species and how somehow we identify them within the work that we do, because it's not the only one. There's many of them in the district. Thank you to you both.
Just to, while you've been talking about it, I would have a quick look at the Waipehu Prowse Reserve Management Plan. The most recent one was 2016, but in there it has a specific section on protection of natural, ecological and scenic values, and has some specific paragraphs around the native snail that we've talked about today, identifying the importance of it, but also talking about some of the things that threaten that, whether that's the pest animals, but also the removal of the vegetation cover and things like that as well. And so we have that covered as one of the issues and opportunities, a bit about objectives and some policies that look to sort of cover some of the management of activities within the reserves and things. So certainly something we have been cognizant of. Whether it goes far enough based on what we've heard today might be a decision and a discussion for the future, but if you were wanting to reference what we have got there, there is some information.
Good afternoon, Muaūpoko and councillors. Thanks for hearing me out today. I'm here to talk to you about our Horowhenua District Council Local Transport Improvements Program Business Case. I think my phone just said something to me, sorry. I'll crack into it. Where's my letters? So I did get some questions on this, and I'll go through and answer them as I get to the relevant slide. On. Okay. So the purpose today, I'll have a report in the 3rd of September council meeting seeking endorsement for the program business case. The briefing is seeking to explain the program business case's purpose, content, the next steps for the program, and explain what the implications of the of endorsing the program business case is. So the context of the briefing today, not looking for specific feedback on the program business case. This is an explanation of the work done to date and a plan for the next steps of the work. So the key messages that I want you to take away today is that the endorsement of the program business case doesn't mean that you're endorsing like the entire program to be delivered. The actual decision, where the projects will be approved, prioritised and confirmed, that happens at the long-term plan. So it'll happen at the next long-term plan and the long-term plan after. There'll be, and you won't be approving a program, there'll be individual projects as line items in the long-term plan to be considered individually, prioritised against each other. NZTA, the investment officers have reviewed the program business case, but before submitting it to their board for consideration, they want council, the elected members, to have an endorsement first.
James, sorry to interrupt, but I wonder, councillors may not know, I suppose, the interconnection with this, the RLTP, the National Land Transport Fund type of stuff. There is a hierarchy of sort of documents, isn't there? And we're dealing with the local road, but we're only not dealing with the sort of regional or national plans, are we?
Yeah, so would it be helpful if I give a 2-minute run through of how the sort of funding process works?
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt just to see where they all fit in, yeah.
Okay, so at a national level, there's the National Land Transport Program. So this is a fund or a program of works which is in control of NZTA. NZTA prioritise it on a 3-year basis, although they've talked about looking at a 10-year program, sort of following the excellent work that councils have always done. The NLTP, the National Land Transport Program, set every 3 years. They are required to give effect to the government policy statement on land transport, which sets broad budget categories of how much, or budget envelopes of how much for each sort of category is to be spent, and the NZTA is then charged with selecting projects to fill up that budget. At a regional level, there's a regional transport committee which meets quarterly or every 6 weeks. Quarterly, yeah. So that has representation from every road controlling authority as well as NZTA, intermittently KiwiRail as well. That's run at the Horizons office in Palmerston North. They the Regional Transport Committee produced the Regional Land Transport Program for a project to be considered in the National Land Transport Program. It also has to be approved at the Regional Land Transport Program. In the regional Land Transport Program, they prioritise and they have to order them, like rank them from 1 to whatever the lowest ranking project in the Regional Land Transport Plan is. At the local level, our activity management plans, or in this case the program business case, feed into our long-term plan, but it also, we have to make a separate submission to the Regional Land Transport Program and the National Land Transport Program. In order to secure our NZTA share of transport funding for the subsidy, we need to make a specific application. This program business case is at its essential core a funding application to NZTA to secure that subsidy. So we are doing our best to spend the most amount of council's money on infrastructure and the least amount on paperwork. Basically, we want the program business case to be efficient, and we want to minimise the number of steps that we have to do afterwards between getting from where we are now to actually building the project to be as small as possible. We've still got until July 2027 before we reach the implementation stage of the program. We are in conversations with the NZTA, but we can't really progress them much further about what we need to do to get from the end of the PPC to starting implementation. In most cases, you do a program business case and you either have to do individual single stage or detailed business cases after that for each project. We want to make that as small or as efficient as possible, bundle them up if we can, have a more streamlined approach. We will do our best to not use external consultants to do the next stages. We have done these single stage ones internally before and successfully, so we'd like to do that, but we're keen to make sure that we can progress that sort of work, figuring out what the next stage is as quickly as possible to start having those conversations or progressing those conversations further. We need to have this submitted to the NZTA board. So why a program business case? So the program business case is generally made up of a strategic case, a management case, and a commercial case. The strategic case is about the why, the management case is about the how, the commercial case is sort of weighing up the evidence that the program is going to actually deliver stuff. It involves stuff like a cost-benefit analysis. It also makes sure that we cover off all the risks, assess any other related work nearby and how our program can interact with other pieces of work like revocation, the public transport work, that sort of thing. And ultimately, like, the bottom line is that it gets us closer to the funding for the projects. It's really the key reason that we're doing this program. Business case itself is the funding application. So what's the actual point of the program of works? Ultimately, like, to summarise the problem we're trying to solve is that a combination of growth and the Horowhenua project, they're changing the demand on the roads. There's some roads in our network that will not cope with the future predicted levels of traffic. Some corridors and intersections will need to be improved or else we'll have problems. We also have a number of existing issues. While we're delivering this program, we need to look at these existing issues and determine if we can solve them under the same program of works. If it's more efficient to undertake this funding application, we don't want to just do it and leave problems for doing another program business case. We want to capture all the probable improvements that we have, but the main stuff we're trying to deal with is Horowhenua and growth. NZTA have a category of work called low cost, low risk, which doesn't require the same business case approach. That's for projects less than $2 million. There'll be projects less than $2 million in the program business case, but the overall program, going through it, we can bundle up and secure all that funding in one go. So we can't put the whole program through the low cost, low risk program, unfortunately. So we've got to do this business case process. So I'm going to quickly talk through how we developed the program business case. The strategic case, I'm going to really do a brief explanation of the strategic case, and I'm doing that on purpose, not because it's not important, but because the program business case the strategic case is targeted for NZTA. It's not like our activity management plan where we're taking a thorough look at the district's transport network and we're communicating with you as decision makers. We're communicating in, for lack of a better term, NZTA's language with NZTA. We're using NZTA's terms, their processes, and it's quite frankly can be difficult to get your head around the language used in a strategic case in NZTA's business case approach. Ultimately, in my view, I think you can summarise that the problem we're trying to solve is growth in O2NL and other existing problems. We need to do investment. The business case process, it requires a strategic case which elaborates a lot more than that. It requires a lot more words. So we develop things called problem statements which describe what we're trying to solve, benefit statements which describes the value that we'll achieve from solving those problems, and the investment objectives, which can kind of be seen as KPIs for measuring the progress of the projects and the effectiveness. In the body of the document, there is a lot of evidence. I'm not going to go through it because it's a tremendously large document, but you're welcome to review it and send me any questions that you come up with if you're inclined. There is a lot of evidence that support the investment objectives, benefit statements and problem statements. Ultimately, though, I think the focus should be on, as local elected members, considering the problems that we foresee with O2NL and growth, considering if the projects that we're selecting in the program are going to solve those problems, and when we get to the long-term plan, consider how we'll prioritise the investment. This isn't that stage, this is the NZTA funding stage. So we developed the program, we selected the actual projects. In 2018, Council delivered a transport strategy called the HITS, or the Horowhenua Integrated Transport Strategy. A long list of projects were developed with that document in 2018. There was public consultation, targeted stakeholder engagement, engagement with officers, engagement with elected members, and it made a big list of projects. So that was where our starting point was. We went over that as officers, both at Council with Horizons and with NZTA, and we also had a workshop with elected members on that, if you can recall. I think it was late 2023. We went into that room, we looked at maps, we put little post-its up. So that's basically how we got to the long list. Now, how we get to the long list into the short list is we went through with our team of consultants and me mainly, as well as other officers at Council, to assess if the projects fit within the program business case's scope. So if there were a lot of projects that would fit into what we've called the do minimum, and the do minimum is basically if we're doing just our normal land transport program with our normal amount of continuous improvement. So there's a lot of small little things that we can fit into our regular safety improvement program, resilience improvement program, road improvement program that we don't necessarily need to have and consider in the program business case. There was also a lot of stuff that is delivered by other agencies, so there was a lot of state highway work, or could fit into the revocation work, or could fit into a piece of work that Horizons might be undertaking. So there was a bit of a screening process that shortened that long list down. At that point, we separated the programs into four initial different themed programs. So I'll go through that. There were four initial programs, and I do need to discuss this a little bit because the program business case I don't think it goes into detail about the full makeup of every program, but the programs, while different, they were kind of like 80% the same. So there were critical projects for delivering the overall objective of the program, and they existed in every single program. So they're all pretty much the same, but there's sort of 20% difference between them, if that makes sense. So the first one, program 1 was safety focus, program 2 was access and connectivity, program 3 and 4 live-in focused and district-wide focus. As we were assessing the programs against each other, we undertook a multi-criteria analysis. The multi-criteria analysis, I've gone a bit too fast, but basically we consider the investment objectives from the strategic case, and also consider something that in the program business case calls critical success factors, which is pretty much just the deliverability of the projects, how hard they would be to deliver if they need consent, land acquisition, that sort of thing. Then they would get a lower score if they're going to be more difficult to deliver. And then there was affordability. There was basically how expensive are the individual projects. So the multi-criteria analysis considered all those things. Program 3 and 4 were the lowest scoring, but they're still quite valuable. They were just leaving a lot of gaps. So the live-in focus program predictively left a lot of gaps everywhere else outside live-in. So there were good projects that it was leaving behind. District-wide focus, same reason, but the other way around. So there are key projects in live-in that the district-wide focus was leaving behind. So we sort of combined them into program 5 and then redid the MCA process. So the overall number of projects between those got smaller, a few of them dropped out, but the best of program 3 and 4 got smushed together. Yeah. Now, 1 and 2 were the lowest scoring in the multi-criteria analysis, and 1 and 3 and 4 were the lowest scoring individually. So program 1 was eliminated, 3 and 4 were combined into 5. Then 2 and 5 in the multi-criteria analysis scored very closely. So to basically come to a preferred program out of program 2 and program 5, they both went through a cost-benefit analysis. You can find the details where each project in the program business case for each program has a cost-benefit analysis undertaken. Program 5, you can't see it on the screen because the pictures are there, but it has a tangible cost-benefit ratio of 0.7, whereas program 2 has a cost-benefit ratio of 1.3. I want to talk a little bit about the cost-benefit analysis at this high level. Each project's estimated very, very roughly and often conservatively, so allowing for a little bit more money than would likely need. Also, the cost-benefit analysis is to be done in line with the NZTA Economic Evaluation Manual, which can be quite restrictive for defining benefits. To give you an example, investment into Tararua Road, which is one of the more important projects in the program, under the Economic Evaluation Manual, doesn't yield a very good cost-benefit ratio by itself. That's not because it's not worth doing, it's because the maintenance cost implications of doing nothing cannot be calculated using the Economic Evaluation Manual. So we could estimate the increase in maintenance with extra traffic, but there's not really a clear pathway to do it through following NZTA's rules. What I'm spending a long time saying is basically the benefits will be underestimated and the costs will be overestimated. So, although the Program 5 says 0.7 and Program 2 says 1.3, they're likely a little bit better than that. I say likely, it's all very high level. Although some projects we've generally been conservative, we can't really confirm the costs until we do detailed designs on each one. They could cost a lot more than we were initially thinking. So that's okay. That was just the annual cost, and that's So the cost benefit, it calculates the benefits and the costs over a time period. It's 40 years. There's a thing called a discount factor for getting the net present value. It's if you're interested in it, you can ask me questions about how it works, but there's a bit to it. So how the project's structured. Sorry about that wording there. Should have proofread it a bit better. So the program is split into two tranches, so years 1 to 5 and 6 to 10. The program has been developed with consideration but not to really match the funding that's currently in the LTP. All programs are well in excess of the money we currently have in the NLTP, and it's expected that over time we'll be prioritising them further at the long-term plan stages. There will be projects in the program business case that will either not be delivered at all or will be pushed out into a post-10-year phase. The project timing will be flexible, so we've got an idea of timing at the moment, but until we've really start getting to the detailed design stage, we won't be able to set exact dates for every single project. But there might be some that move from tranche 1 into tranche 2 or tranche 2 into tranche 1. Cost estimates, very high level, low confidence, and as we get further, we'll have confirmed costs coming into the LTP. I will cover off the funding. I think I am skipping it. I'll fast forward a little bit, just for context, to just cover what's in the how the budgets are set up. Oh, we are, yeah. I think it was just a typo, Bernie, but there is a 3-year gap currently for funding in the LTP, so there was a financial reason for that, in the current LTP with basically capital investment limits, but also because there are projects that need to happen before O2NL, and there's some projects that would be better to be done after. So Tararoa Road absolutely needs to be done before Horowhenua, or else we'll have problems. There's other projects where it would make a little bit more sense if we could actually assess the actual effects rather than the forecasted traffic effects, where there's a little bit more uncertainty with the traffic modelling, or at least the traffic modelling we've got available to us right now. It's always better to, you can more accurately count actual traffic than you can model future traffic. And if it's not a problem that's going to cause immediate serious problems as soon as Horowhenua opens, there is a case for waiting and accurately dialing the investment to the actual problem rather than what we'd expected. I'll go back to where I was. So I'm going to go through in a high level of detail, a low level of detail, but an overview of the projects in tranche 1, so the first 5 years. There's information of this in the document, but I'm happy to answer any more questions. The first one I'll talk about is the Tararoa Road corridor improvements. Really important to deliver before Horowhenua is forecasted to have an increase in traffic significantly. The road width and the pavement and the stormwater provisions are insufficient to deal with the future use. Horowhenua is the primary driver of it, but there's also industrial growth, significant industrial growth in that area. The timing of the industrial growth is market dependent, but Horowhenua, it'll be on the day it opens, lots more traffic than there is at the moment. If we don't do this project, Tararoa Road will be unmaintainable. We won't be able to keep it in a usable state. The stormwater design is the biggest question mark for us at the moment, how we dispose of the stormwater on the new road. That's a challenge that we're still working through. There are a number of options. The cost variance could be quite significant depending on which option we go through. So we've got an estimate that could be from $6 million for the corridor improvements at the low end to $10 million at the high end. I've got a little typical section of what we'd envision the road to look like. So it's the amount of investment that we need for it to deliver its purpose and really no more. So we've allowed for a footpath on either side, not a shared walking and cycling facility. We're of the opinion at this stage that there's better alternative connections between Levin and that southern connection into Horowhenua for walking and for cycling than on Tararoa. We'd like to avoid the interaction between cyclists and the lots and lots of traffic and lots of commercial vehicles, trucks on Tararoa Road within the constrained corridor. There are alternative locations that are safer for a cycling, main cycling path. But basically, a big median in the middle, 2 traffic lanes, no parking for the whole way, and a big strong pavement and curb and channel. 6 the road, 5 for the road, and between 1 and 5 for the stormwater. Yeah, most of the cost will be in the pavement. The pavement requirements of the heavy vehicles will be a lot more expensive than we'd usually spend on our.
So James, does the road itself cost more than, say, the footpaths?
Without giving you contract rates that are commercially sensitive, yes, not for our regular roads, but for this one, yes, yeah. So we'll have to have quite a significant structural layer of pavement.
James, if we don't like this design, what's our ability to influence change? Because, as an example, what's the point of putting in grass burn that's that just increases costs to maintain. And given this is the gateway to Levin, I don't want to get into designing the road now, but what if we just fundamentally, as politicians, disagree with that design?
So I'm happy that you pointed out that we're not here to review the design in detail, but I'll go back to my previous answer that we're not committing to a project today. There will be opportunities to workshop the detailed design of every single project in the program. Ultimately, I need to be clear that the design decisions are officer decisions, but your elected member views we do need to take into account. If there's a view on the amenity or the level of investment, you can direct us to look at different options, certainly.
I suppose another way of asking that question is, I trust you that the design is adequate for whatever purpose. You've done your job in that aspect. But if there was an ability to save money, does that money then get reallocated to other projects, or what's the process there? If there was some design changes or something?
So the currently in the LTP, it's in a program level. It's just one line item. At the next LTP, the council will be able to decide to. You could decide to have no investment at all. You could increase it, but it won't be at the program level anymore. So if you could look at it as you're comfortable for the overall program to spend X amount, and then we could come up with options that fill up that amount with more on this one, less on that one, so forth and so on. And we would be committed to working through council through a process like that if you'd like to do that. But yeah, you can fund how much you want. You'd have complete flexibility to set the level of investment for individual projects or the program in general.
Well, I appreciate the words. At the end of the day, we here as governance operations do what they want, but we're responsible to the community, and we're the ones that have to tell the tale and know the decisions that come out of this organisation. So I'm a little bit with Sam that while you don't want us to delve in, I think you need to have us indicated early about where we sit with particular projects. I'm concerned that it didn't matter which option I got to read today, we were still pricing up more than what we could afford to do. That's a concern for me. I would have been more aligned to having something presented to me that actually stayed within the confines of what we can afford. And because the other part for me, James, is that this council is going to lose a huge amount of water assets and there's going to be debt room, and that doesn't mean we get to spend it. I'm not one of those guys. So I'm just signalling here that you can dress it up how you want, but ultimately the expenditure and how we apply expenditure, our community need to know that we're doing our due diligence and we're actually being really cautious with their money, because it's their money, it's not our money. And it's government money that you have to be audited on and report back on. So, while I'm sitting here listening to this, there's a whole lot of stuff I want to feed back on, but I'm not going to now because of how you've actually addressed it to us. But what I will say is when they come to the table to be discussed, you might find some really strong views, opinions and questions that come at that time, because it actually feels like we don't have an option here. We're just being told that this is what it is. Suck it up, deal with it, and go carry on. So sorry, but that's sort of how it feels.
That's probably helpful in our, not necessarily advocacy, but in terms of the way that some of these projects do need to be pitched to NZTA for enhanced far. The fact that the one up on screen there, yes, it's a concept. We might agree that we want a share path, or we want to spend another $5 million to underground some cables, or we might decide to say we're wanting to try and pull back. But some of the estimates that James has obviously explained that we're a little bit conservative, but they are probably pretty reasonable. And some of these projects we actually don't have a choice. Off the back of the O2NL project, a lot of change in traffic movements from east-west, and what we're trying to preempt is that we've got funding available to fix those problems in the future as they arise, or in the case of Totara Road, knowing that it's a known issue that needs to be addressed prior to O2NL opening, hearing the concerns from elected members in the community about affordability and what responsibility NZTA need to have in that process. given that, yes, growth is part of the driver, but Otonel is a significant change to our district.
May not be clear. There's a wish list, and then there's an actual list that needs to be done. And some of these things we're potentially going to be discussing are wish list things, and some of them probably weren't even on the list that you started this journey on, and our community will have no idea. So it's about transparency.
I don't often do this, but I'm in 100% agreement with Justin on this, because I feel like there are projects within this document that are roads of district significance and need to be treated differently. And Tararua is a good project where there needs to be space and opportunity for elected members to really lean in and articulate the aspiration, and then there is optioneering from there. What does a gold-plated solution look like? What does a bare minimum solution look like? And what are we willing to do? Because for me, it's the far rate is a consideration and maximising the investment from NZTA. But when there's a project like this that is so significant, are we willing to go over and above that and invest ratepayer money to get an outcome that actually meets that aspiration? So, this is one of a few examples where the project is of such significance that I'd be really looking to make sure that we treat it in a slightly different way, or it's packaged in a way inside the PBC that anticipates that there will be a high level of political interest, and that there would be probably a desire to influence some of the design features. So, yeah, recognising that you guys are the operational experts in terms of meeting a whole lot of the external requirements in terms of standards and NZTA guidance, all that. But if we want trees down the middle of the road, or one really wide shared pathway, or particular features that we think are really, really important, we should have the ability to be able to influence that. And I know that you're saying that comes at LTP stage, but equally, I've seen, having experienced it, how the PBC then flows into the LTP, and we're constrained in how we can use the buckets of money and reallocate. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, that's I don't want to give you the impression that we're sort of railroading you into a decision. That's not our intention at all. And I'm glad we've teased this conversation up, because I expected a lot of interest, particularly in this one and probably a few other projects. So there would be, all of them. It's not practical for us to dive into that level of detail at the program level. We want to dive into that level of detail and get that feedback at a project by project level. We don't want to come to you at October 2026 and say, this is what we're doing, these are all the costs. We want to spend between now and when the LTP is being drafted getting a consensus with council on what individual project will look like and what the confidence level is. It's very difficult to do that at this whole program level. The program business case is a process that's dictated through NZTA's business case approach. It's not necessarily the best way for us as a local government to sit down and dial in the expectations of council, community, and the design standards and the technical stuff together.
Yes, so what I'm struggling with, James, then, is it's probably the relationship and overlap with revocation, right? Because, and you, correct me if I'm wrong, but the PBC is anticipating that there's a separate process around revocation, and so it doesn't capture things that will be covered by revocation, right? And so that's what I'm trying to... there's a lack of visibility, because how do we know what is inside revocation? We've never seen... I know that the document talks about NZTA having done a PBC for revocation. We've not seen that. And so we've never developed our own strategy and advocacy strategy and prioritised list that says this is what is most important to us in terms of revocation. This is what we're going to die in a ditch over. This is what we like. This is on the wish list. And so if, for example, it doesn't get funded through the revocation, or it's not within the scope of the revocation, then this is something we would want to transfer into our program business case. And so we've kind of got two processes, and it's really hard. What I'm struggling with, and maybe I'm just thick, but I cannot follow how we are reflecting and giving enough scope to capture our aspiration and our goals around our local roading network and how it interrelates with O2NL, making sure that whoever funds it, however it's, whether it's through our PBC or through the NZTA revocation process, however it gets done, I just want it to get done. That's what's the most important. And so maybe that's the issue, that it's the lack of visibility over what is our revocation strategy, what is actually inside the revocation plan or vision, and where does it interrelate or connect or overlap with PBC, and if it doesn't, how do we ensure that the PBC is the backup option? Sorry if that's quite a bit ranty, but yeah.
No, that's really good feedback, and officers have been saying your exact words over and over again since 2023 when we started this. The reason this program business case has taken so long is that we took about 8 months off while we were discussing with NZTA how we can manage revocation and our program of works. We really wanted to do them in one document, in one plan. That would be the sensible way to do it, in my view. The timing and the will from NZTA wasn't there for us to do that. The processes didn't quite match up perfectly, but so we've had to adapt our PBC to be flexible to whatever happened with revocation. So there will be a revocation workshop, I believe, planned in August to cover off the recent discussions with NZTA and revocation, start talking about council's views on it, how the process will sort of look for the next 12 months, 5 years, etc. But in the program business case, how we've handled these interactions with pieces of work that are contingent on revocation, that we've got projects that won't necessarily work unless things happen with revocation that we hope will happen. So we've made assumptions. So there's a list of assumptions and a list of risks in the program business case. And there's if this happens the way we think it happens, we'll be okay. If it doesn't happen, this is our plan B. This is how we've approached it with the program business case. The program business case will be reviewed and adapted prior to the 2030 LTP. So that'll be post the revocation plan, post the agreement, be able to make adaptations, and by prioritising and by budgeting and putting stuff in the long-term plan and the RLTP and the NLTP individually, we'll be able to bring stuff forward, like back and forth between the tranches, or even introduce new things that revocation aren't covering that we thought we were covering. It's been very difficult for us to get a program business case that we can actually go through with this big question mark of revocation. And likewise with other pieces of work like the work Kiwi Rail are doing with the increase in passenger services and public transport with Horizons. We've made assumptions that it's all part of the same transport ecosystem. It's a shame that we haven't been able to really line things up that we could plan it all in a big integrated way, but we've done the best we can with adding flexibility into our program.
Do you think it would be helpful if elected members could see on one page the let's call it the investment pipeline for transport infrastructure in Horowhenua, where we show the journey between now and let's call it implementation of LTP. And we can draw that quite easily from PVC to LTP but then overlay on top of that the revocation conversation with NZTA, which is still very much up in the air, hence why we're workshopping it in a few weeks' time. Because it feels like what I'm hearing is that part of the challenge is about lack of confidence in the process and where the decisions are being made.
Can I just give you raw impression? Is when I read the program business case, I go, this is heavily weighted to modal shift. There's there's a framed. The framing is we're too dependent on cars. We need to increase active transport modes. And as a philosophy, I just don't agree that that's a priority, particularly in the context of revocation, where I'm saying there is more critical safety, more critical expectations in terms of intersection and corridor upgrades that way outweigh that kind of walking, cycling. And there was a slide earlier that showed that on an annual basis, the bucket of money for walking and cycling will be a third of the total funding. I think I read that right. Is that earlier on? And so what I'm saying is that I'm reassured by, and you're always really good at this, Jimmy, in terms of reallocating buckets of money. And so you're saying we have high level of discretion, high level of flexibility when it comes to LTP. But my question is, why have a program business case at all? I know that we have to by law, but because my understanding is that NZTA wants us to identify those buckets of money, and then our ability to actually say we couldn't take, if we put in this PBC that says yes, active mode, change of less carbon dependency, more mode choice. In 2 years' time, when the next council comes to do its LTP, it can't take money for cycling and walking and allocate it to upgrading a roundabout at Muaūpoko east or west or at Waiwakawa Beach Road as part of a revocation process. That's what I'm saying, is that it just feels like I don't think we've prioritised the right stuff, and so but the blind spot is understanding the risk around revocation, because if something's not picked up by revocation and it's still important, what's our ability to fund it if it's not inside our PBC? So hopefully I framed that.
I don't have in my slide a breakdown of cost by activity.
Those are benefits. So things like the upgrade the upgrade an intersection saves someone's life. There's
no, so this is quite hard to explain how we explain it. So this is undiscounted annual benefits. So if you deliver program 2, we've calculated this benefit by category at each one. Program 5, this benefit, this category. And this is the net present value over the 40 years of each one. So in terms of the work category that the projects will be funded, I don't believe there's a single project that would fit in the walking and cycling improvements category in either in the preferred program. There'll be walking and cycling components, and I can completely understand where you're coming from, because a lot of language in the strategic case is around that modal shift. And what I'd like you to focus on for the purpose of this workshop, I think, keep in mind your concern and look at the projects and think, are the projects spending too much money on walking and cycling? Are the projects focused in the wrong direction? And if they are, it's still something we can work through and address and change. So zoom through these. So Queen Street East, very high level. Quite frankly, we don't have the information to be able to determine what we're going to do with Queen Street East today. It might be something that moves to Tranche 2 depending on the growth that it might be better to do post 2029 because we're not quite certain of the traffic impacts of O2NL. When we get some more traffic modelling information, we might have a firmer idea, but it also might be split, so we might be able to accurately predict problems at intersections, deal with those intersections, and then do a corridor improvement subsequently at a later date, or perhaps the other way around. So there's a lot of uncertainty about Queen Street East, but it's identified that it won't be suitable for the amount of traffic, both from a safety perspective at the intersections and a traffic perspective. Like there'll be too much congestion at a lot of the intersections. We'll have level of service D or lower on the Queen Street East intersection, Queen Street East and Cambridge Street intersection, and the Bartholomew intersection at some point, depending on the growth with Taraika and the amount of traffic that goes through O2NL. There's stuff with the O2NL traffic models that where there's uncertainty. There's assumptions in the model that are unlikely to come true in our view. They sort of conflict with our plans with our local network. I won't go into the detail with it, but there's the numbers we've seen, we're not super confident. So there could be more, there could be less than we think there are. The east-west arterial outer pipeline intersection for Taraika. So this one on Hapū Road, the land acquisition and the bridge approaches are not covered by this project. Through other pieces of work, either through O2NL or through the CIP program. The actual work in this program is the actual intersection, so the work on Hapū Road in the box. So it's only 800,000 estimated in the program business case for the intersection, and that is, in my view, quite a conservative estimate. So it's would likely be delivered for less than that, but allowing for more. The plan is to have just a giveaway or stop controlled, a priority controlled intersection to start with, but future-proofing to design to potentially be upgraded to a traffic signalled intersection in the future, and will identify a trigger point for traffic where that change may need to be made.
Is that 800k just for the intersection?
Yeah.
Not the land acquisition and all the rest of it to get to O2NL and then...
Yeah. It will likely be quite a bit less, I'd say, but we've allowed for like significant contingency in this one. And so Hokio Beach Road. So this one is not really related to either growth or O2NL, but it is just a really dodgy road. It's probably the highest personal risk road in the district. It has had 30 crashes in the last 5 years reported, and quite a few deaths and serious injury crashes. It's got dangerous geometry, so it's looking at corridor and isolated widenings and urban intersection upgrades. It's well known that it's risky in the rural area where a lot of crashes are, but there's actually quite a few crashes in the urban area as well. A lot of minor injury and non-injury crashes at the intersection. Some funny intersection layouts once you get into living on that, but I'm sure some of you will be across that. I haven't put how much we'd allowed for it on the slide. 2 million, yeah.
So this is a good example where I think I read in the document somewhere that within the program, one of the projects, and there's no number against it, but is an education program around drink driving on this road. And I was like, why are we investing in that when the focus and priority should be investing in physical stuff? Because, like, and so that's just an example of like, are we really, is our investment, the framing of our investment program really targeted at the critical safety risk and the outcome we want to achieve? I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's not huge amounts of money, but
I'd probably, yeah, I could come back to you on that. I'm reasonably certain that we're not actually putting money to do an education campaign. It's yeah.
It's important that information is captured though, because that's what when we look at problems on the road, it's not just about geometry. If we look at a lot of the crash data and the outcomes, there's an underlying proportion. So it's capturing the facts in the background and behind this.
Yeah.
It's not to say we're out there tomorrow with an education campaign, because it may be better suited for someone else to undertake that role. But helpful that we've highlighted in this process that would provide benefit
so
in the outcome.
Yeah, I'm reasonably certain. I'll have to find exactly what you're referring to, but so there are a lot of parts of that long list, both from the hits and stuff that councillor and officers identified, that when we went through that screening process we said before, there was stuff that would generally be delivered by another agency. Council generally don't do a lot of road safety advertising or education. Horizons do. It's an activity that I pay rates to Horizons to do, and I'm fairly certain, although I can't confirm that on the fly, but I'm fairly certain this was one of the pieces of things that we said, okay, there could be benefits in that. It ties in with some concerns that we found on some of these roads. We'll put that in a program of works where we say we're advocating for Horizons to undertake this work as part of their normal activity. So it is captured. It's not that we're going to run a multi-million-dollar advertising campaign on behalf of the Horowhenua District Council against drunk driving. So for years 6 to 10, so tranche 2, I haven't gone through project by project on these ones in the same detail, but I've got a list of them all in the following slides. But there is 22.856 currently, million currently in the long-term plan between July 2032 and June 2038. So the projects that have been put there, there's the projects that are generally less certain and we require further data to be able to confirm, or that the projects that don't necessarily need to be done before O2NL, but we are confident they need to be done, or the projects that will be better to be done after O2NL. Anything that's on basically Oxford Street or stuff that we think doesn't fall within O2NL but we need to allow for in the program business case, they'll be in this tranche with the expectation that the traffic will be a lot lower on the old state highway, so it'll be easier to deliver the work then. There's quite a few of these projects as well that are the existing issues projects that aren't necessarily dependent on being triggered by growth or O2NL.
I mean, I don't want to get down into the detail like Sam and question things that you've come up with in here, but there's 2 lots of cycling network improvements outside schools, and then create a package of work which focuses on cycling network connectivity to schools. So one's at 2 million, one's at 3 million. Are they different projects or?
Yeah, so one, it's hard to differentiate between those two. One is specifically around the school itself, and one is more of a plan for the wider network of, like, it's a lot more expensive to do. It's generally a lot more expensive to get a safe cycle connection within 500 metres of school, because they're very built up, it's hard to fit stuff affordably within the corridor, yeah. And then the other program is stuff where we're not dealing with such a congested area. It's lower level of investment for more metres of path. So those are the 5 projects for the first 5 years that we've gone through. The 6 to 10 year projects. So there's some very high level, still to be defined into actual deliverable projects, like this reroute traffic to create better connection through and across places such as Foxton and Shannon via network plans. There's a small amount of money there that's basically to assess what the traffic looks like post O2NL on State Highway 1 in Foxton, State Highway 57 in Shannon. Where are the big conflict points? How do we best get people across the state highways in those locations? Waikawa Beach Road. This, again, it's sort of like Hokio Beach Road. It's not really driven by growth or O2NL, but there are resilience issues with Waikawa. There's a bit of a flood risk. It's the only road in and out of Waikawa. There's bridges and parts of the road that are a resilience risk, and we want to put some investment towards that. Gladstone Road, we've spent some money on resilience on Gladstone Road in the past, but there still are very risky areas. A lot more work would have to be done to be able to determine the precise amount of investment and location investment on Gladstone Road, but similarly to Waikawa, it's one road in, one road out. If the road closes, it's very difficult to get people out, and Gladstone Road in particular, when the road closes, it can close for a very long time because landslips are hard to clean up.
Any consideration around how we would reprioritise perhaps a detour route for between now and that time, because I would have considered that as something we should be looking at now.
Yeah, so from a civil defence perspective, we've looked into alternative routes, say if the Oho or Waikawa Bridge fell over, and what would we do? There are possible ways to bypass those areas through land, to do a road connection, like a permanent resilience improvement. Now, it would be quite a lot of investment in land acquisition. It's a bit easier to deal with in a resilience. If it was a civil defence emergency, we can get in contact with landowners and organise land access and discuss and negotiate sort of work to get a road in, and that sort of work has precedent in this district. But in terms of identifying an alternative to the situation that we had yesterday, we don't have the money, quite frankly, to be able to deliver that. Yeah.
It's probably NZTA don't have the funding or haven't committed to that, and some of the early, going back 5-10 years ago, some of the early work that was done around the corridor alignment for O2NL and the reasons to shift it to the east of Levin highlighted similar concerns that although we had roads and we might be able to connect rivers, there was a whole lot of challenge around just simply building new infrastructure out in that location in terms of cost and feasibility.
I'm probably not thinking about building and owning the land. I'm probably thinking more about the ability to have concessions to access in times of situations like that. That's probably more the detail that I'm thinking about, because, just in my mind, it's actually about access and having people on board between that particular area that say, hey, in an event of bang, you actually have a concession with us to be able to access our land, to be able to bypass traffic, ensure safety vehicles can actually get to site, just things like that. That's I wasn't wanting to delve down the road of buying the land and getting all of that. It was more about a concession process.
I think there's been early discussions. It's probably more like a off-road vehicle or a unimog an emergency would be able to, rather than river crossings and driving down farm tracks for general state highway use, which does come with those challenges.
Bath Cambridge intersection and Bath Oxford Street intersection. I think we all know about this one. They will be primarily a capacity problem. Even today, it's a problem. Hopefully, the Oxford Street and therefore the Cambridge Street intersections will become better post O2NL with revocation. Less traffic on Oxford Street and more flexibility for council to potentially do some improvements that might be a bit minor with more control over the road. So Johnson Street, Union Street intersection improvements for safety. It's specifically saying Johnson Street, Union Street, so that's State Highway 1 in Foxton. That's the intersection with the most space for a roundabout in all likelihood in Johnson Street and on State Highway 1 in Foxton. Further work needs to be done. A different intersection might be more favourable, but it will also remain State Highway 1. We've put it in our program business case, despite everything I've said earlier about like other agencies and making assumptions. This is one that we know the community in Foxton really want. We know from looking at the road and the shape of Foxton that a better way to travel from one side of Foxton to the other is needed, an intersection improvement is needed. So despite all the talking about separating our work from NZTA, we've just put it in here anyway because it needs to happen. It needs to happen at some point. There's two LTPs in between. This one is fitting in as a project and being prioritised, but at some point I'm signalling that officers may come to council and say we'd like to attract funding, council ratepayer funding, to do a state highway intersection improvement because we think it's needed that much. That we're doing, yeah, okay, I'll yeah. We'll continue to advocate for NZTA to do some intersection improvements in Foxton though, so we don't have to do it ourselves. So we covered the two school sort of cycling programs. So Avenue Road, this is effectively like just putting a shared path on the existing state highway to connect to where O2NL will connect at the north of Levin, so you can actually like get to the shared use path of O2NL. A general sort of town centre pedestrian accessibility and amenity within the Levin town centre. So it's transport improvements that are sort of focused around walking primarily, that will be informed by revocation and the Levin town centre strategy. And then Levin town centre improvements, this is more sort of curb to curb, potentially more amenity face type stuff. Again, it's might fall off if we get everything we want for revocation, but it might still be needed. 2 LTPs to consider it between now and then. And in transport hub improvements, the Bath Street bus stop is probably like not going to be suitable for a significant increase in public transport. If there's 3 buses there at the same time, it probably be a problem. If they need buses on both sides of the road going in both directions. A connection with other public transport like the train station, looking at that and putting aside some money for future investment is prudent. And that's it. That's the full list of program and the preferred program business case.
James, is there any possibility or risk that our fare rate might get reduced following O2NL being completed and revocations done, or is it? It's given me anxiety. Yeah, Bernie. But
It's very hard to tell. There's a formula they use that calculates the network length, the vehicles kilometres travelled, the population. I think it considers like median income and stuff from Stats NZ. Some councils that are similar to us have a lower FAR. Some councils that are similar to us have a higher FAR. I think Masterton District is a little bit lower than us, and they're quite a similar district. I think Muaūpoko is higher than us, and they're quite a similar district. So it's difficult to say.
But if it was reduced 2%, would it have much impact in terms of what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't have the numbers on the top of my head. It wouldn't have as big an effect as just like dropping all of our improvement subsidy. That was quite a big effect. But from 2017 we were 59, and then it went up, and I think it was worth like 400-ish a year. So it's quite a significant difference. Yeah.
James, one of the sentiments that I think has been expressed in some of the questions is, and it might not have been expressed like this, but a concern that maybe where at an officer level we've got to on the PBC has got ahead of where some elected members might be at with the PBC, and I think a concern that they might be losing their ability to influence investment decisions. And then further to the investment decisions, the actual playing a role in the, I suppose, community intelligence, community visioning piece about, well, how does that idea actually land and what do we want for the future of our district? Can you talk to that? And then we might just talk about how can we mitigate those concerns, or what does our process look like from here?
Yeah, that was my takeaway from the question so far as well, and I definitely appreciate that. And in my mind, I've just always felt that engaging with council works way better when we're talking about a project rather than a program. And the stage from here on out is where we can really delve into that level of engagement where we draw concept plans, we take feedback, we have free and frank discussions about the level of investment, focus on the amenity, focus on the balance between investment of safety versus investment in solving traffic congestion, where geographically the investment should be spread across the district versus solely in potentially where officers are foreseeing the most immediate problems. That sort of discussion, it's very hard to do it within the framework of the program business case itself. The program business case, I can't stress this enough, is a very prescriptive NZTA business case approach. It doesn't really allow for these free and frank discussions with elected members. We're very keen to develop projects like the Tararua Road to fit councillors' expectations. We can bring the technical recommendations, we can make sure everything's designed to the right standards, that the road won't fall apart, that the sight lines will be good, there will be less crashes. But questions like how much grass verge there should be, how much space should be dedicated to the various sorts of modes of transport, the look and feel of the road. That's decisions that I can't make as an officer. That's what we need the elected members, the community intelligence to inform. So I'm relying on that next stage where we go through the consideration of individual projects between now and when we start doing the LTP to really cover that off. And those 5 projects in the first 5-year tranche is where we want to really lock that in. We want to go through this process for those first 5 years, not just go into the detail of the direct detail of what the roads will end up looking like, what the projects will end up looking like. But if they do fit within that first 5 years, or if there's projects within 6 to 10 that can be brought forward, endorsing the business case in September does not lock you into any decision about if a project is in year 7, should it be in year 2. There's still flexibility. That decision gets made at the LTP and the NLTP and the RLTP stage. It's just the first step on the NZTA funding pathway.
Totally appreciate that. But for me, the program will help me to determine the projects, and that's sort of how I see it, and actually it's whose responsibility it sits with. So you put in Johnson Street, you put in live-in, town centre upgrades. For me, those are NZTA Waka Kotahi responsibility, and so when they're in our program, then I get concerned we're delivering something that's somebody else's responsibility. When I think about shared user pathways and funding that we're committing in that program, is it actually something that we want to deliver over safety? Because I think I sort of felt like we were deprioritising things that I personally would have contributed and said that I would rather prioritise such a thing. So I suppose, James, what I'm seeking in this process is I support what you're recommending as officers, but is there that flexibility? Is there that tolerance by entering into that process that doesn't lock us into something that in 3 years' time, actually it's not even feasible to deliver anymore, or it's not a priority of the district anymore? So that's where I'm at, and so it's certainly not to take away from the work that you've done and what you're doing, but it's actually for me to feel like I'm more informed about the direction you're taking, and then where can I lean in and help and advocate in that regard. But when I'm sitting here feeling a little bit blind, a little bit unsure, where's the Kiwi Rail commitment in this? Where's Horizon's regional transport, public transport responsibilities sit before I feel like we end up picking it up and carrying out someone else's function? So that's just me. Nothing more, nothing less. Just saying it's not at you personally or anything on the work. It's just feeling like I need a level of comfort for me to support decisions that I'm potentially going to be asked to make. Yeah. Kia ora though. I really appreciate everything you've done.
Echo what Justin just said, and I appreciate your response to Monique's question. That was helpful, because I think that's what I've been sitting here worried about, and maybe your messages don't have any fear that the PBC is going to constrain our political / government's ability to really meaningfully influence the ultimate outputs, the projects, when it comes to LTP process. And so if the message that we can take away from today is that the PBC is essentially just a box ticking exercise, and as long as we can, when it comes project time, hang our hat on one of the hooks that's inside the PBC, and it's not going to constrain us, it's not going to lock us into particular project lanes and project budgets, then I'll stop being a Debbie Downer and say thank you very much for all the hard work.
Yeah, well, this is all really good feedback, and it's really good to hear these views. Like, we were being a little bit, I suppose, we were trying to sort of poke the bear about putting obvious NZTA projects like that that Avenue Johnson Street intersection in there to see the appetite and just get the discussion going. I wouldn't go so far to say endorsing the program business case is a box ticking exercise publicly, but effectively the actual decisions need to be made in the long-term plan. Like, we can't make these sorts of investment decisions from just a single council report. This endorsement it's a very high level sort of we're endorsing this general direction of investment, but the actual details, we can't progress into getting to the long-term plan without going through this detail with the input of councillors. And the other thing I was going to say is, from feedback from today, this is good for drafting the report for September. What I'd intend to do is add some specific wording in the recommendation about the process between now and the LTP, about how these projects are going to be individually workshopped with elected members and considered prior to the draft LTP being developed, so that not only are we agreeing all in principle about the approach, but we're actually putting it into a council report and formalising the process from here to where the projects get developed.
James, can I just, because I want to offer a way forward, but I just want you to answer directly to elected members the question about, does the PBC constrain us when we go in year 2 of the long-term plan to amend some transport investment to paint the letterboxes pink when the PBC said we wanted to paint the letterboxes blue?
No, it absolutely doesn't. As an example, projects that aren't in the program business case could still be delivered through this program. There'll be a process that would have to undertake with NZTA to sort of amend the NLTP in year 2 if that was the situation. For revocation, the revocation program business case that NZTA did a long time ago, the list of projects will look very, very different to the list of projects that actually get delivered, that they did in 2018 before tolling decisions or the full design of O2NL was delivered. The program business case does not lock the program in from now until the work is delivered. There will still be enormous flexibility. It's the LTP where we need to basically be the target for making those decisions.
And so if your question from there then goes to, well, why did we then put all this time and energy into it? The answer to that is, this is a critical mechanism in order for us to attract the investment required and to position ourselves to be at the right part of the queue in terms of getting NZTA's attention in terms of investment into HDC. But it is a process that is designed by NZTA and doesn't naturally align with Council's decision-making processes as set out by the Local Government Act. I'm wondering whether Daniel and James will give me the glare if they're like, no, this is not a good idea, Monique. But I'm wondering, and it will need to be you, Daniel, because James will be on leave, but when we have the revocation workshop in August, I'm wondering if after that revocation workshop, where councillors have kind of seen how that stuff is starting to shape up, that we do a check-in on the PBC in order for strategically that kind of that one-pager around how we go from here to actually diggers on the ground on things, just for councillors to see the life cycle of getting investment into council and the decision-making. Because what I know we've reassured councillors, but what I've heard is this concern that how the PBC links into our LTP. Would that be helpful for elected members, or is that unnecessary based on the answers to James's questions in the last 5 minutes?
We can absolutely do a check-in, but I think the point we've been trying to raise today is that although these program placeholder projects, not everyone may agree with every project. Everyone would like to see different colour letterboxes or a whole lot more information looked at. Now, we've got to go through that process to get NZTA approval of a program to then get certainty we can actually start developing these up. But I would like to reiterate that when we start to look at even the 6 to 10 year projects, so these are projects that over the next 2 LTPs we're going to gain more information to determine whether they should actually be built or not and how important they are. A lot of them speak to known issues now driven around safety and vulnerable road users, so there is a lot of projects in there that stand on their own merit to be considered. it's just a simple fact we don't have enough money to deliver all of the shortlisted projects, let alone everyone on the long list. So as we move forward in developing this alongside elected members, developing a set of revocation principles and working out what's thrown up out of that project and needs to carry over to PBC or vice versa, I think there'll be a bit more clarity as we get to a point where we're starting to lock in the detail around projects, because at the moment, we can keep revisiting that long list, pulling things out, adding things in based on information that may have changed in the last 12 months, but quite simply we need to get through this process to get a bucket of funding approved with some general themes and some clearly identified problems to then go work out how we solve them, knowing there is a big crossover with revocation. So certainly commit, but it's helpful those two processes are now going to run in parallel. If there's endorsement in September from council to get to the board, the PVC development and revocation can almost start to follow a similar time frame, and we can actually join those up even though they're separate processes.
I think there's I don't think it's quite fulfilling what Monique was describing, but there's a bit of an explanation of the timeline from here on out on the screen at the moment. I think probably what we're looking for is an exploded view of this box here. So this box here is, I think, what we're talking about of going through the pre-implementation stage of really getting everything ready to go prior to the 2027 LTP, and how that interacts with like the revocation to be delivered by 2030, O2NL opening, O2NL and O2NL business case procurement and construction and all that stuff. So I think we can sort of give a more detailed view of how we program, and that's what I'd like to actually include in the report, is that we'll start off by looking at Project A, come to a consensus and workshop with Council this date to that date, work on Project B simultaneously, Project C after that one, etc., etc. That's, I think, a little diagram of how we'd intend to do that on a bit of a time chart like this might be helpful.
Yeah, reflecting on Monique's question and then your responses, and I'm just one voice, so maybe the others don't care as much as I do, but I reckon the thing that, so that the workshop we're talking about in revocation in August, that's a HDC closed session, no NZTA, like what is it with the NZTA? Because I want to get our own strategy, our own thinking developed first, and I'd be keen to see this revocation PBC that's referenced on page 36 of our things that says it was completed in 2022, because obviously that's then the similar, presumably it's a similar document to what's we've been presented with. No? Oh, okay, well, so I presume it's an NZTA document.
I think we can find it, and I think we can supply it.
So to answer your question around the workshop, so the intention is to have it council and officers work on our revocation strategy principles work. We've had the first meeting with the NZTA and sort of got a few more of the rules of the game, if you like.
Yeah.
And so then we've started doing some work. Want to bring that to you, work through that. Also understand from within there what are those questions that you're going to want answers to, or you might still need to know more about. And we're trying to sequence that so that happens in advance of, I think the next NZTA workshop is, their time here is the 27th of August. So ideally we'll be doing this in the first part of August to allow some time to do that. Because if you're able to give us some of those questions that you may want answers to, or that would be helpful to understand more about, then we, with enough time, can give those to NZTA and hope that next session can give you some more of that detail as well. They'll use some of that session to talk about O2NL and things, but we do want to be able to advance some of that thinking together with NZTA and try and make sure we've got the information that helps us all move forward.
How, I think we've exhausted our questions today. How was the level of detail supplied in the information covered, just as a bit of feedback? Too in depth, not in depth enough?
I think it was a good balance because I've opened my eyes to a private and the operations.
Thank you very much for your time, councillors.
Great feedback.
We'll give you a 3-minute break and we will commence at 4:10. 4:30. I are going to do a bit of tag teaming today. Can I begin by just acknowledging the feedback that we've received ahead of this afternoon and remind Council about where we've come from, which has been, this hasn't been kind of a one workshop wonder, this has been a number of iterative conversations that, as you know, commenced in a co-design process and is now more in a space where we're trying to weave in many voices into a final document. You'll recall that we had a workshop at the beginning of June where we spent some time understanding from elected members what they were comfortable with, what they were uncomfortable with, and from there we summarised those concerns as well as those things councillors were comfortable with, and we summarised that and sent that out to elected members. And then over the last few weeks, Aroha and Brent and I have been working at attempting to try and weave the many voices into the document. And I want to be really upfront and firm with elected members and saying you're not making our job easy, because whether you sit in that I'm really comfortable, let's get on with it, or that I'm not comfortable, let's not get on with it, or that I'd like it to be more progressive, whatever that means, versus I'm actually concerned that this has been framed in a way that goes above and beyond our legal obligations. I acknowledge all of those voices, but what we as officers need from you today is some direction on where we go to from here, how we navigate that in the landscape of our iwi Hapū relationships, and to reaffirm what is it then you see as the next steps, recognising that it was council that said this work was important, but ultimately you need to be comfortable with the work, because it is your document to adopt or not. It's not something for officers to progress with if that's not the mandate of the council table. I kind of want to cut to the chase and actually just giving an opportunity to hear that feedback and talk about how we go forward. Specifically, since the 4th of June, we've put a lot of focus on the structure of the document, sought to provide clarity around flow and readability and purpose, and we sought to put more explanation around UNDRIP and why it was relevant in this document, acknowledging that some of you disagree with it being included in this document, but some of you have specifically asked for it to be included in this document. We have sought to fine-tune concerns around how co-governance may or may not have been framed in this document, and what unelected representation would look like. We have done some further work around the current framing of overlapping layers of interest, and while I accept that the document in front of you doesn't complete the process in resetting the resourcing agreements that are currently in place, there has been some further commentary put into the engagement framework around the process in which we will go through and how that might eventuate. There's been a whole lot of other kind of cosmetic changes, but coming back to the workshop we had at the end of last year, earlier this year, where we checked in with elected members on how we're going, are we on the right track, and then also the co-design process that council committed to with iwi Hapū. The sentiment or spirit of the document hasn't changed, but what I would note is that there are now many legal references in the document, which is seeking to, I think, balance the concerns that this document might create a legitimate expectation, and so that's why you're seeing more reference flowed through to things like case law, or things like being really clear this shouldn't create a legitimate expectation that council's not legally required to do. this is maybe an unfair analogy, but some councillors who were here last term, you might recall where I put that picture up of me walking a tightrope when you were about to make a decision about the closure of the landfill. The iwi Hapū engagement framework, no matter how you feel about this kaupapa, as officers this does feel like we're walking a tightrope, but what I want elected members to have some appreciation for is that at an operational level we're also trying to maintain relationships with iwi Hapū that you have told us is important, because that is what's outlined in our community outcomes and that's what's referenced in our Māori contribution to decision making policy. Now that's not a reason to just adopt something you're uncomfortable with, but I'm just asking that you help us navigate the pathway forward, whatever that might look like. How would elected members like to approach this? We have had some feedback, so just acknowledging some feedback you've raised, Councillor Jennings. We've had some further feedback from Councillor Olsen just now. There are some parts of that feedback that I'm happy to respond to. Some parts of the feedback is actually a conversation for elected members. It's not one for officers to get involved in. But would it be helpful if, first of all, we take the opportunity for you to ask Brent and I any questions, and then we could offer an opportunity for any specific feedback, but I'm keen to put a time limit on it, because I think actually where the conversation is best suited is in the okay, and so what do we do, and where do we take this? But I'll be guided by the table.
I'll just ask an opening question then, which is, what's your confidence level as CEO that the mandate and thus the mission that this table set officers out to undertake is consistent with where we've landed, acknowledging that there has been iterative and that there's been steps along the way? Because do you think that the co-design process and those who have been intimately involved in the development of the document have clearly understood the mission and the mandate that Council gave around this process?
I think that's probably a question best suited for those councillors who were appointed to the PAG. What I'll speak to though is, like, if I come back to the why, I think elected members said this was important. There were two key aspects to it. One was the concerns elected members had about the lack of transparency and the lack of structure around not just how we were engaging and who we were engaging with, but how then Council was resourcing that work. And then secondly, Council, and I'm not sure if this was the primary reason, but it certainly became a secondary reason, was an acknowledgement that through the long-term plan, Council had set a community outcome which talks about partnership with tangata whenua. There was a range of conversation about the hierarchy of that, and then there was a reference to, you'll recall when we were reviewing the Māori contribution to decision making policy, which is a legal requirement of councils, a recognition around this council table that the policy didn't really feel fit for purpose, and there were a whole lot of other kind of questions that council wanted to answer in that policy, but you all decided that actually that was best suited to sit in a framework and not actually sit at the policy level. And do I think the framework resolves that why? I think there is still more work to do on the resourcing concerns that were set initially, but in terms of the clarification on the who and the how, the framework addresses that. Whether you like what it says, I think is kind of the second part to that. But if I come back to, does it achieve what it set out to do? So, I would specifically point to overlapping layers of interest. That has been a significant tension point, not just for iwi Hapū, but for council. And at the moment, council is silent on that in any strategy, in any policy. But it's got this lovely, beautiful statement about how we'll do partnership with tangata whenua. Council, I think the question that council needs to ask itself is, does this serve as a tool to help answer some of those questions that you initially asked me around how we were doing iwi Hapū engagement? And are those answers satisfactory for now? That's, yeah.
I'll start off with this one simple question before we even get into this document. Is there anyone at this table who does not want some feedback from your community regarding us adopting this? Anyone? Is there anyone here who does not want some feedback or some consultation with our community about adopting this document?
So maybe...
Because it's scheduled to be adopted within a couple of weeks.
So, councillors, welcome to answer those questions. We did, just ahead of today though, put in some, what would your options be around community consultation? And if we bring a paper to the 6th of August council meeting, we would look to frame this, but at a really high level, does the iwi Hapū engagement framework as it's currently written trigger significance? That's the, so when I say significance, this is the Section 82-83 test of the Local Government Act.
Ooh.
And my advice is it doesn't trigger significance, and if it did, then that would be a full noise consultation. That's like the long-term plan, annual plan, bylaw, policy. But is there an opportunity for council to test this and seek engagement in ways that we have for other pieces of work? Absolutely. And that's a decision for this table. So what that could look like is if and when we bring it on the 6th of August, council might have an option which is adopt as is, which is, you're asking who are those councillors that would be happy to adopt as is without community feedback. Secondly is we go out for consultation, we use the Lex Kōrero mechanism, or thirdly that the idea we could go to consultation before we even bring it to council, or thirdly we could bring it to council first for you to adopt, endorse for consultation. So if the answer is, can we consult on this? Yes, we can, if that is the will at the table.
When we're talking about signing the ratepayers of the Horowhenua up to UN anything, or broadening interpretations of treaties which may or may not be the Maori Treaty or the European Treaty or whichever treaty, I think it is significant. When we started down this road, and I put my hand up for the PAG, there was nothing to do with the UN, there was nothing to do about whose treaty and who gets to interpret it. It was to engage with iwi. And what we've got here now is nothing to do with that. So I don't know where, it's almost like in some ways to me it seems it's been hijacked. And we've now got something else that it isn't. To me, this is not what it was meant to be about. It was also meant to address, all those funding arrangements and bring it all under an umbrella and a whole lot of other stuff that this doesn't really do. It's just
No, just no. And if you don't want to, if you don't think it's significant, if you don't think the ratepayers should have a look at it, well, you know, is this the most transparent council ever? Really?
I'm going to jump in just because I have to go shortly. So, I know that you were there from day one. I stood back because it wasn't about what I could see in it. I needed to know what my fellow councillors could see in it. And up until now, I've been very quiet about what this looks like because I knew anything that we brought here was going to be tried to be torn apart because of potential words like co-design. I don't know why you understood the treaty would never be involved in something when you're wanting to have agreements with Māori. I don't understand that you weren't aware of that, Mike. So, now I'm trying to understand, what were you discussing in all those meetings that I know I didn't attend, but I got minutes and notes for? So, for me, we didn't write the rules that says under section 8283 it's not of significance. We didn't write the rules for that. We're trying to play within the rules, which we did. You participated in putting this together, and now you're, to me, suggesting that we're trying to mislead our community and say, actually, because under this legislation it's not significant, we don't have to do it. My first question was going to be to you is, I wasn't asked if it could be a public consultation. So I had to understand why you were asking that in the first place for transparency. I thought, and I still do think, that we have been very transparent. There's things that I don't like about it, things that you don't like about it. But as a community that has to live together, we have to find a medium. And that may not be something we can achieve, but I know we will try. So for me, I thought, for the staff, the time and effort that, even yourself, Mike, that have put into attending these meetings, this was never going to be our answer all. As far as I was aware, it was a living document. It's going to change. One day we might be a settled iwi here, both of us. It'll change again. So, for something that our staff have spent many, many hours on, I appreciate what we've come to today. And I support what they've got to. Is it perfect? No. But from day one, I wasn't asking for perfection. We had nothing. We've now got some idea of what it means for our council to engage with Māori groups within our area. We never had that before. We're not one that was transparent. So you think it's not transparent? We had nothing. We've now got this. So,
Happy to respond to that, Nina. When I talk about transparency, I'm not saying this document's not transparent. It's quite obvious, you can see it. But how many people in our community know anything about this? That's what I'm talking about in terms of transparency. As for, you're saying, yeah, I know about council's legal obligations under the treaty. There was never talked about inserting a paragraph or a section at the back where the agreement is that the evidence interpretation of whichever treaty, and that's not clear either, is to be paramount. That was never discussed at a PAG, ever. The provisions for co-governance, unelected representation, they still stand. That was never agreed to at a PAG, and actually I opposed that every step of the way at every meeting. Even the disclaimer that's now in there in regard to those provisions, it's all very well to do that, but it still leaves in place the mechanism to achieve what I was opposing from the get-go. Now, I'm not saying anything about it. I'm not making a case for not having a framework to engage with anyone. But I'm saying those things that are in this, I'm fundamentally opposed to. As far as I'm concerned, they're anti-democratic, and I'll never support it. And it's not and I've been consistent all the way through from day one. So this, and it's not about this being, wanting to be negative or anti anything, but it's just no for me for those reasons. And the transparency thing, well, at the end of the day, democracy dictates. If you put this out in front of the public and they go, yeah, we're all good with that. Democracy, to me, is not about getting what I think. It's just making sure that the people get a chance to look at it so that they can tell us what they think. That's all. That's all I'm interested in. Oh, sorry.
I'm happy as it is. I've only got some brief comments. As we had in the last workshop, I was a little bit reluctant around having those numbers of costs in there, and I still think it's inappropriate to have those dollar amounts in there because they will date very quickly. I don't really want to wade into the debates with Mike and Sam about all the issues of it, other than I think it's a very good document that provides guidance for council and council staff to approach a lot of their work in a very positive way when they come to engage with them. Provides a nice framework and basis foundation for them to be able to undertake their work on behalf of the community, I suppose. And that's the way I read the document, rather than any other interpretation that you guys had. And the anecdotal feedback I've had from iwi is I see that iwi of the co-design process is done. You guys have done an amazing job of putting the document together. So the iwi co-design role has finished and come to an end, and we just need to move on. And the response from them is, yeah, there's things they like and dislike about it, but we need to move on. Whether we go out for full consultation or not, I think we just have to wait for the council meeting and make that and have that vote. In some ways, I think there's transparency already in the sense that we've had workshops galore about it. The community knows that we're having workshops about it. They would have seen drafts on our agenda, and there will be a certain amount of consultation and transparency when it comes to the council agenda and it being attached to that as well. So I think it's just up to us to vote on the day.
Mike, just for me to kind of understand, I guess, your position a little bit more, can you refer me specifically to the co-governance reference within this document that you're concerned about?
And one comment, I don't like the UN stuff either. I don't think it provides relevance for us.
So could I just answer that under one? So, and Mike is right, like it was inserted late into the piece. It was a request specifically from iwi. It came via Te Matakahoki. Since the last workshop, we have worked hard to insert some particular statements around being clear it doesn't create a legal obligation, shouldn't reinterpret council's role, doesn't create new legal duties. I think the question that I'd ask of council is, like in the spirit of the document, is it worth having it in, or actually is it better just to remove it because it's becoming a distraction from what this document was seeking to achieve? But we need your, a consensus. It does seem to be a consistent thing that people keep raising. There's been 4 councillors that have raised it today.
We struggle enough with the concept of the treaty. Why add another thing in there that we struggle with anyway? And like you said, it came from one Hapū representative group, rather than ask for by all iwi or all the partners involved. So I don't know how relevant and consistent it is to some of the other iwi partners when they have settlement legislation and other pieces of legislation and other things which probably guide council's response and work more than an international treaty which no one really in Aotearoa knows how to interpret too well.
Just a question, Monique. Is UNDRIP referred to in the agreement we've signed with Tūmatakahoki. So, by way of it already being in an agreement, but what I'm saying for us here at council, that's a document that's been signed between our council and the iwi representation that has included in it. So I'm looking for some consistency. There's consistency, and if we've used it and we've acknowledged it at the time, that's why I'm asking.
Simon, can I just get feedback from the other EV in regards to the other?
Not directly. We have had some feedback from Muaūpoko that they need some more time to give feedback, so they may give feedback, but until now we've not had any. Like, while I say Te Tūmatakahoki raised it, this has been in a draft for some time now, and we haven't heard, like, we've obviously consistently heard from Councillor Barker his concerns about it, but no. But it is also now worded in a way that's quite different to how Te Tūmatakahoki wrote it, so they might not be happy with it either.
So we can do a check on that, can we? The other one I was going to ask, how many public workshops have we had on the framework?
Like, do you have the answer to that, Councillor Tamiana? Like a few? Yeah.
Done in isolation. There have been public workshops done around it. Everyone has access to it. This has been really clearly identified in past agendas. It comes up regularly in our comms. You've shared it yourself in weekly words. I've seen the Mayor talk about it in his one. So I think the assumption that it's been done not transparently is probably what I'm trying to correct.
Could I ask, if we removed reference to under it, does it change the sentiment? Does it change the outcome in terms of what you see this achieving? If we come back to Councillor Jennings' earlier questions of me about mandate why and the why behind this, like, does the framework still achieve what it needs to achieve?
In the Te Tūmatakahoki Agreement, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples takes 2 sentences. We've got about 6 paragraphs here, and I think I agree with Jonathan that it's almost, too much. It needs to either be the same as what's in the agreement and be consistent with that, or we take it out.
I think, to be fair though, we've added a whole lot more, because at our last workshop, yourself, Meawandin, a number of councillors said we don't understand what this means. So we've now tried to explain what it means.
It didn't mean to say that I wanted it in there.
Well, like, frankly, that is the advice we need from elected members.
You've got 3 paragraphs in which could be removed. So sorry, I've got the microphone on, so it's my turn to talk. This feels really unstructured at the moment, this session, and so I wonder if we can do it in 2 parts, which is, first, feedback on the draft as it is, and secondly, then the piece around that, because I just think that might be structure the feedback a little bit more. But the question I want to ask before we do that is, how many times, so Justin made the point about workshops, public workshops, but how many times have the actual draft been made publicly available, and has it ever?
No, it hasn't. However, we did receive a Lagoima request a few weeks ago, and we have released it via Lagoima. But from memory, the drafts haven't been provided in workshop material publicly. Yeah. And of course, this document here you've got in front of you is literally, you got it yesterday, right? Yeah, of course.
So can I just go? I mean, I sent an email with my feedback on the draft as it is. I'm not going to go through that in detail. I've been pretty consistent with the things I've raised. To Nina's point, like I am the type of person that I don't always die in the ditch over stuff, and I'll let things go and just go, I don't like that in a document, but I'll whatever, you know. And the blueprint was a good example of that. I didn't hate, you know, there was some contents of that document I absolutely despised, but I supported it. But this document is not at the point where the balance of things that I agree with outweigh the concerns I have, and I've outlined those. And I know that I'm a minority voice, that there are people who are really, really comfortable around some of those things, and so I will acknowledge that the team have done a really good job at acknowledging, at that weaving in some of the things I've raised previously. I think the legal context is useful. I think the overlapping interest piece is really, really useful. I still have a major concern about the fact that we don't cover off our methodology for determining the annual resourcing amount, because that, you know, when we talked about the mission, that was one of the key planks of this, was about having a framework for and consistent and transparent methodology. I think the final point that I'd just make is that, actually no, as I say, unless anyone has any questions in relation to the feedback I've provided, and I imagine that's just going to be captured as part of the summary of the meeting, because I can waste everyone's time going through it, but hopefully you've all got it. And if you want to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councillor Jennings, can I just, you obviously referenced the undrafted feedback, and we've attempted to have a conversation about that. Just in terms of the concerns you raised around how the document references the cultural proficiency matrix, that is an editing error. Internally, we had removed, there was broader reference to it, and we'd removed a paragraph about it. We just hadn't gone back to other parts of the document, and there is no cultural proficiency matrix currently within the organisation. The reference to the Tūhono toolkit, I wanted to reflect to council that it would not be unusual for elected members to adopt a framework or a strategy that referenced an operational document. It's not like the Tūhono has been hiding away somewhere. Councillors have copies of the Tūhono, and absolutely, if this, whether it's this version or whether it's another version in a future world, it's the framework that gives guidance to the Tūhono toolkit. So we've had to build a Tūhono toolkit in the absence of the framework. What we have currently as a guide is the Māori contribution to decision-making policy and the Māori the partnership with Tangata Whenua community outcome. But in terms of hierarchy, Sam, this sits above the Tūhono toolkit. I think the question I'd ask you is, well, how do you then have assurance, or what is it you need from your chief executive to have confidence that a toolkit doesn't like go further or go beyond than what may be set in a framework? I wasn't necessarily going to go through all of your points, but I'm happy to, if you'd like. I think that your feedback around we haven't got to the methodology around annual resourcing in this, it's fair. Like that was the ambition, but we've not got there. But the framework attempts to set that up in a way whereby the new council absolutely have to have that as mission critical, top priority. And then just your concerns around the engagement rights and giving, like, I suppose having a specific focus around engagement with Māori, iwi and Hapū. Just want to remind Council that we do have a statutory obligation in the Local Government Act to provide opportunities.
Yeah, I'm certainly not suggesting that we don't. It's the contrary, which is that if we are going to be applying I always forget the acronym, IAP, what is it?
IPA2.
IPA2 standard to iwi Hapū, why wouldn't we just provide that to our community as a whole?
We do, in our significance and engagement policy. So our significance and engagement policy applies the same IAP2 methodology that we have flowed through this. You'll recall in the kind of iterations of this, and I think Councillor Proctor, you initially called it out, you were like, well, is IAP2, is that appropriate, and should we instead use the Te Ara Whiti model, and I forget the words that was called, but this has gone back to the IAP2 model.
Can I just ask about the toolkit? So, is it your advice as Chief Executive that the toolkit has not influenced how the framework has been structured or the content of the framework? Because my concern is it's tail wagging the dog. And as an example, we've got a strategic document, which is the framework, that points to an operational document. That operational document, or the toolkit, you can't even find on our website or on the internet. It is nowhere to be found for the public to see. There is no transparency around it. So we're pointing to a document that is hidden in the bowels of this machine.
So, Councillor Jennings, I think you've been unfair, and you're asserting that officers are hiding a document away that, influences a secret way in which we're doing iwi Hapū engagement. Councillors know about the Tūhono Toolkit. You've all had copies, you've received induction training about it. The toolkit is not a secret document. It is literally the same as, the guide that we give to our leaders around how to have performance conversations with their staff. It's been a document to build cultural capability and capacity inside our organisation. The toolkit has lacked any strategic direction from this table because it's not existed. All this council table over many decades has provided is a community outcome and a policy. There have been a number of partnership agreements entered that this council table did not get oversight on that have influenced the toolkit. This is your opportunity as governors to set the strategic direction for how you want iwi Hapū engagement to follow. If it's not this document, like that is fine. As officers, we'll accept that, but you need something, because in the absence of something, we will continue lacking that strategic direction that what I heard from this council table at the start of the electoral term, you so desperately wanted to be able to signal, not just to community, but to iwi and Hapū, around what does it actually mean when we say partnership with Te Whenua.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, maybe the Tūhono document does need to be brought to council to be adopted formally, and then that will just get rid of that myth. And I think the Tūhono document is an internal framework policy, whatever you want to call it, Monique, has done wonders for the organisation, because we've seen the way it has assisted around cultural growth and awareness within the organisation. So we should champion that anyway. I think, back to Sam's point about did we create the framework on the Tūhono document? Absolutely not. It was never even spoken about, to be honest, in a PAG meeting that I can remember. But we did start from memory, not entirely with a blank piece of paper, but we started looking at other councils around Aotearoa and the type of frameworks that they had developed. And there was several of them, and Waikato was the one, I think, that stood out the most at that time for not only elected members but also for the iwi that we were working with. So that's the foundation of where this has come from. It actually came from a space of research. The team went out, They saw the value in what other councils were doing, and they actually drew upon the best parts of probably all of them, but identified Waikato stronger than anyone. So I think we've done an amazing job. I think, honestly, Monique, the team, Aroha and them have just been really stellar in continuing to work, even in times of adversity. I'm quite sure it would have been quite hard to sit in some of the meetings at points of time and hear honest opinions and conversation. I want to say a huge thank you personally to Mike and to Rogan and to Nina, that were steadfast in turning up, fronting something that we knew was going to be confronting anyway. And, you know, I just go back to, why did this come here? I might have something to do with that. It was an ad hoc way in which this council were operating. There was no transparency around relationships. And I think some of you have forgotten that that was actually the foundation of why we did this. We were guided by our CEO that actually told us that we were doing things in a way that was actually not appropriate, that actually wasn't able to be transparent with our community. There were things going on that we saw endless resource, endless time, endless commitment, but nothing that gave it stability, nothing that gave us assurance that actually how and what we were doing was appropriate. Not only for the people we were engaging, but actually for ourselves and the community that are paying for it. So I hope that councillors understand and remember why we started this journey. I hope that we work and support our CEO in her advice to us and reasoning why we needed this. In terms of some of the detail of the document, yeah, I get it. Not everyone's going to be happy. I think there needs to be a really strong emphasis on review period. I think maybe, I know our normal cycle reviewing things is 6 yearly or whatever, 10 yearly, whatever it is, but I think a document of such nature requires much more regular review, especially while we have 4 iwi to cater for and 2 that are going through different processes that will require this arrangement and this framework to be amended and adjusted as needed in the future, because it's still going to have to inform our council how they're going to engage each of our partners out there. The UNDRIP stuff, I actually don't have a position on it, but what I do know is Indigenous rights worldwide are important. And if Indigenous rights are important to us and our community, and Indigenous rights recognises exactly that, then I don't have a level of discomfort to keep it, as much as I don't have a level of discomfort to remove it. But I'm saying if we were to adopt this framework in principle, and that, as you've described, Mike, you would like it to go to public consultation, I actually don't have an issue with that at all. The part I do have an issue about is the rates. I've never seen council come out before and disclose such deep stuff. I mean, I've yet to see our council document go out there and tell us how much we're paying individual consultants and how much we're paying external suppliers and how much. That stuff's all actually kept private, and usually we go in committee and we don't disclose any of that detail, but yet here we are disclosing the intricacies of our iwi partners, the people actually that we're trying to maintain relationships, the people actually we're trying to build relationships with, the people we're trying to give assurance, because you know what, when this council needs something done, guess who they go to? We've never been able to achieve anything on our own in this council building, and when we do, it bites us. What we've learned, you've seen collaboration awards going on in this council. As recently as 2 weeks ago, you saw a Shannon Community Plan get national recognition. You've seen the work that's been undertaken in Foxton and how iwi and Hapū collaborated with council and others to achieve incredible works. Parks. You know, like, we lean on our iwi partners so much, but actually here all we're doing is trying to provide some assurance, not only for our CEO and the staff, but for us and our community about why we need to engage iwi, 2, how we're going to engage iwi, and 3, what, you know, regardless of the legal obligations and all the other stuff, we're obligated to engage regardless. So for me, I don't have an issue with it. I'm actually really comfortable right now with the document, and if something needs to be thrown out, torn out, changed, amended, then I'm sure that can happen in time. But going into August and coming out of that with nothing after, how long have we been on this journey? 2 years? Nearly 3 years. I just don't see the sense in that. So yeah, I'll continue to advocate that we need to do this, and we need to actually support the staff that have committed to what this council directed them to do. So that's all from me.
I just wanted to respond to Sam's comments and pick up on a comment made by Monique and somewhat agree with Justin, even though I hate to agree with Justin. That, 3 years ago we started on a journey of seeking more transparency in these relationships. And I think that's what we've done, is documented some transparency around these relationships. For me, as an iwi board representative, I don't like the document. I hate the document because it constrains us into certain pots and boxes and constrains the work that we do. But we've accepted that during this co-design process, is that's the transparency that you guys need. It's not at the very level that you're probably asking for in your email, but at least it's a stepping stone on that journey. It provides some sort of constraints that you're looking for that iwi are actually accepting of as well. And I think we've just got to accept it for what it is now, and hopefully as reviews happen or if things change, then it gets adjusted and adopted. But we're probably the only sector of the community that actually has these constraints around us when it comes to engagement. So keep that in the back of your mind as well. It outlines the types of relationships we're going to have. It outlines how those relationships are going to be undertaken. It outlines exactly how we're going to engage. It provides very little freedom on developing a real, genuine partnership or relationship. It's very transactional in nature, and that's what you ask for, is that transparency around that transaction. Iwi have kind of accepted it. They're grumpy about it, not overly happy, but they'll move on and work within these constraints that we've always worked within. But you ask for transparency, and this is as far as we've got.
Just to answer your question, Clint, I don't think I did. It's page 20. Just going back a few, just for FYI. Thank you all for sharing your views. I absolutely respect everyone's opinion. In the end, the deal breakers for me are just about the principles of democracy. I just won't even support it. It doesn't matter if it's in this document or any other document to do with anyone. So it's just not happening. I could say lots of things in counter to, things that have been said about, it's transparent, no, it isn't. But in the end, it's just as simple as that for me and the people I represent.
Is there any additional questions or feedback that elected members want to share?
I've just got one question. Where did that last bit come from that has never popped up before about who gets to interpret the treaty?
Where are we, Mike?
You're being willfully blind.
It doesn't say co-governance. Can you recite it to me specifically? Says line by line in the words around it where that is referenced. You can
Put it any way you want.
Well, it's not interpretation. You're saying that it's
just tell me
right.
Just so I can see it.
Empower. This level is the most ambitious, aiming to maximise empowerment of iwi Hapū, and its farthest reach will see iwi Hapū having complete decision-making power.
So Clint, he's talking page 21, bottom right hand. So see where it says empower. You've got the pretty picture, and so this is the furthest end of the spectrum. This Te Arawhiti, but also the IAP2 model. But as Mike says, he's been consistent in his concerns. This did at a point in time talk about an example of what that could look like as co-governance. The box inserted on the right was inserted to, and I talked to Councillor Barker about this in the workshop, to give him that reassurance that while we have empower in here, ultimately it's still council's decision whether they choose to empower.
Use your microphone so this is on public record, thanks.
Hello, Councillor Boyle. Did you have anything you'd like to say?
Oh, well, I wondered what you were all saying. But yeah, I've got a bunch of things to say. I think it's pretty hilarious that I'm the biggest conspiracy theorist here, and some of the accusations and theories people are throwing out. This has been pretty loudly opposed by a few people since the start. It's been great that they've engaged, that their feedback's been heard. Most of their attempts have been to water this down and slow down the process and oppose the document. Cool, we've done that part, we've completed the process, we've got the document. It's been a huge investment of all our time and a whole lot of work for a lot of staff. As everyone said, none of us particularly like it, so it's probably like a really good compromise. To me, the documents what current state is. It doesn't increase anyone's rights. It doesn't sign council up to anything. It doesn't sign council up to any UN policy. As Monique said, and as it's been clearly put in there multiple times, there's many ass-covering statements that say we're probably not actually going to do any of this. It's a really weak document, but it's a start. I've got no issue with the UN drip part that's in there. The detailing of it's nice. It came from Uri. It doesn't hurt. As much as it might be a distraction that people want to debate, it's a distraction that's being debated by the same people that want to debate everything to slow down this process. I think the steer that I'd like to give, and that I thought we were hearing from a number of members, is that we're kind of ready for this to come to the council table. Those of us who fundamentally oppose it will continue to fundamentally oppose it. Surely they want to do that at the council table. Those of us who want it to be publicly consulted, we can have that discussion at the council table. I don't think any of us need to change this document anymore. I think the people seeking to change it are never going to accept it. I think we should just move on and get it done. Let's bring it to council and make a decision.
Yeah, I suppose I just want to thank you, Councillor Boyle, for that feedback. Like, as officers, we don't sit here with a whole lot of confidence or comfort about where this is at, because while we've heard from some voices, we've not heard from everyone around the council table. The direction we need is, do we bring it to the council meeting on the 6th of August, or do we pause, and does a subsequent council workshop required?
Sorry, I thought the structure was really clear. You're conflating two questions, which is, based on the feedback today, is there majority support for further refinement or further workshopping of any issues? From what I'm hearing, I mean, yeah, there's people that haven't spoken, but the general gist is that there's a minority view that there are still problems with the document. There's acknowledgement that, yeah, there's elements that people don't like, but they're willing to move on nevertheless. And so I think we've got to have that as a first call, which is are people envisaging any further development of the document, or do we stop? And then there's a separate conversation around, well, what's the next step? Is it bring it to a council meeting? Is it make a decision today around a consultation process or whatever? And because I'd like to test some stuff with you on that particular point.
We're not having a debate though on this is where, you know, Sam, Mike have got individual comments they want to make about certain bits of the things. I mean, in Sam's email, he's challenging the rest of us around the fact that there's stuff that's factually incorrect. That's, you know, he's concerned about a number of things, and I would like to, I mean, in preference, just to come to the table and debate it, and whether we should adopt it or not. But if there are specific elements of the document that Sam wants to challenge, then maybe we do need to have that discussion before it comes, because I don't want to get to the table and start talking about words or gaps or things that are or aren't there. But I also don't want to prolong the whole process and make it, you know, forever. We'll never get to a stage where everyone's going to be happy with the wording of it or anything like that. So there's a balance somewhere along the lines. But I would like to understand some of the things that Sam is challenging the rest of the table on, around, you know, an incomplete document and what that does actually mean, because as far as I'm concerned, the document's pretty good to me.
You're right, Councillor Jennings. I was conflating the issues because I was trying to, I suppose, offer to the table that yes, some voices have spoken, but I'm not getting clear direction on A, the feedback, but B, what we do next, and they do go hand in hand.
I do wonder, Monique, whether some of those concerns that have been raised are raised directly with you, and the response to those come to us as a collective. If there's concerns that trigger something that force us to have to reconvene or something of that nature, I actually trust in you to decide on, because at the end of the day you want to keep the organisation safe. We all do, but I'll trust you in that. But I would like to see the document brought to the August meeting, and I would like to see the debate there clearly for the community to be able to engage in that process.
From my perspective, you know, I like the document, I like the intent. I think it fulfills what we set out 2.5 years ago or 3 years ago to do. In terms of finding middle ground, you know, you could take you and drop out and it wouldn't bother me. I don't think it affects the intent of the document. So if you were to amend that, I think, Sam, in a couple of the bits you've suggested may need tidying up. I've got trust that Monique can go away and tidy those up, being quite specific in relation to the termination clause, the allowance around the Laguoma piece, as to whether they've been appropriately assessed, but that they're not significant issues. I think they can be tidied up before coming back. From a consultation perspective, I'm more than happy for us to circulate a document via Lex Kororo and provide a period of time for the community to have an influence or an input on what we're looking to adopt prior to it coming to the council table. But largely, I'm not offended by reference to the treaty. at all, and the high level, it just talks about essentially we're bound by statute, as you pointed out already. Sam, a reference to the treaty is, we reference it all the time. We hear it from central government. I don't think it imposes anything more other than New Zealanders will always refer back to that particular document. It's its founding document. Nothing in here gives away decision-making powers. It's very, very clear to me that decision-making still sits at council level. I get Jonathan's concern regarding being really clear and transparent and open with what it will cost to do business with iwi and what for, depending on what we ask them to do. It's not terribly dissimilar to us disclosing the high value contracts we disclose through our operational risk and performance report, or the operational report we get anyway. So for me, it's carry on, happy to take out the UNDRIP reference, tidy up the couple of bits that may have some legs in terms of your email. Sam, consult if you want to. I'm happy with that if it means we get to a point where we can adopt it. And I don't think that this should be something we should be letting tie-ho or tally-ho to the next council, given that it's been this council and this council's representatives who have spent the last 2.5, 3 years talking about this document, working on this document, to actually make the decision and be, and have the courage to adopt or not adopt.
Look, this is the tricky position for officers that I totally get, because at the moment Clint is the only one, along with me, who through my email, who've said go away and do some further work on the document. The rest are saying, and I know you're saying no flat out, Mike, but
If the rest of the people saying I am comfortable with this draft document as it is, and so we almost need to go around the table and say those two options. Do we need to do further changes to the document, or are you happy as the draft as it is? Just to get clarity, give direction, because we just keep going around and round. You want?
And could I
my argument, Jonathan, is that it's not just there's some wordsmithing, but it's incomplete, and I've outlined, for example, in the agreements that I think there are sections and clauses that should be incorporated. If you want me to write them, I'll write them, and then as amendments to go in the particular document. But that's not how I understood we were working. But the whole thing is that clearly this is a divided table on this issue, and there's a minority and a majority view. So if you want to treat this as the final draft, fine, game on. Let's have the conversation around how it's adopted, or what the consultation process looks like, and then we'll operate on the basis of this document.
I'm the same as Clint. Drop the UN stuff. Let's vote on it.
He said a little bit more than that. He said, respond to some of Sam's feedback where it makes sense. I trust you, Monique. And he, don't stuff it up, Monique. But he also said, I'd like to see some Let's Korero community engagement.
I didn't see any value in adding more that Sam wanted, because it's just going to cloud the document more. And then it would be unfit for purpose, So it's already, like I said before, it's already constraining iwi into a specific set of agreements and parameters anyway. You can see how that goes over the next few years with the document. Adding more constraints and more parameters and more barriers to engagement is probably not going to be helpful.
Yeah, and look, I think on the iwi feeling constrained piece, Jonathan, in my apologies if I've not articulated this throughout the workshop well enough, is like I think we have to acknowledge that where this document is at this stage isn't where iwi Hapū saw it initially. There have been a number of changes where it doesn't. Rogan probably articulated it in terms of the, where they maybe saw some of the more progressive, where the framework might have landed. But I also, Brent and I can't sit here today and say, and this is what Rangatane have said, and this is what Muaūpoko have said, and this is what Te Tumata Kahoki have said, because we don't have that fulsome feedback, and that will that makes it challenging as well, and even presenting a council paper, because I suppose not everyone, if not everyone is happy, is anyone happy? It's kind of the but again, we're walking a tightrope, and that is the challenge you set us.
But to be fair, I mean, Rangatane's feedback was generally, let's move on.
Totally, just to this latest document, we haven't had the feedback. Te Tumata Kahoki's feedback has been, look, it's not quite, where we'd hoped it would go, but this is absolutely in the right direction and aligns with the spirit of what we wanted to achieve. They think that there are legal constraints in here that they'd not like to see, and then Muaūpoko needs some more time in order to give some feedback. Could I suggest a way forward, and then you'll tell me if it's wrong and suggest a different way forward? Is that helpful?
Yes.
Yes. Do you want Monique to suggest a way forward?
Before you do, can I just tease this out? Because in my email, I suggested leave this for the next council because for various reasons, I outlined the reasons, and so I just want to gauge: is there appetite for that?
That's the worst delay tactic in the world.
Well, it's not a delay tactic. Look, think about the fact that we're in a pre-election. Essentially, I know it's not a formal caretaker position, but we do, in many respects, subscribe to that convention, and that we don't do things that we don't embed and entrench things to the extent that it really constrains the incoming council. But look, that's what I'm saying. They're putting it on the table. I acknowledged in my email that there was probably a minority view. So if you disagree with it, just express that and we'll move on.
I disagree with it totally. I think we'd be failing in our governance roles not to make a decision just because we're so many X months out from an election. We've been told quite clearly that our jobs will continue until the new council comes in. And, I mean, let's face it, we've been lumped with decisions from previous councils that we've had to tidy up in our term as well. Come on, Sam, it's just a terrible delay tactic.
I think we should own this now. I think we've talked about it for a long, long time. It was an aspiration that we wanted to achieve this term. I don't think putting it on an onus of the next triennium council would make. Well, I think we'd be starting from scratch again almost to achieve anything, and I'd rather see us own it and do whatever. Whether that means adopt it or not, I think we should do that ourselves.
If in doubt, pause. I'm with Sam.
I think the faster way of just dealing with this is who's not comfortable progressing, because there's only two. We're going round and round and round in circles.
So, but yeah. So, on balance, based on the feedback I've heard, there's clearly some councillors who still have a level of discomfort, and there are some councillors that are comfortable, but where some of those councillors either side come together is A, this idea of taking some additional time, and B, the idea of hearing community. An option is if I package it up the way you described, Clint, around removing UNDRIP, taking some of the feedback from Councillor Jennings to alleviate some of the concerns, accepting that it's unlikely to alleviate all of his concerns. Us also testing that again with iwi Hapū and really encouraging them to be clear and direct with us about where they're at with the framework, because you'll want to know that going into any decision, right? And then I think there are two options from there.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I think iwi have given their all to the process thus far. I think if iwi had a problem, they'd throw their toys out of the cot right now. So I think re-engaging the iwi, because our council haven't actually got a strong position, is unfair to take this back to iwi and expect them to come up with the answer. They've provided what they've provided. We've provided through officers the support that they required to get us to this process. We as council supported this process all the way through. I just think it's more delay. I would rather bring it to council, adopt it in principle, to go to public consultation if this council adopt it, and then if our iwi and that have issues, they are going to come and tell us they have issues.
Yeah, so I suppose there's again two different ways that we could approach that. Do we go back to iwi or not? I just assumed that we would continue to engage with iwi in the same way we've engaged throughout this process. And then the option is we either bring it to the August council meeting for you to consider for consultation, or we do the consultation and bring it to the September council meeting. So it's whether you want to debate going out for consultation or whether you just want the business to go do engagement. And just to, if I could just put a practical lens across this, our deadline to get the council agenda ready for 6th of August is this week. The agenda goes out next Wednesday. So what I mean by that is, depending on how much work you want, really does depend on whether we'd push it out to September anyway. And that's not to put you off from wanting changes or more conversation. I just want to be practical about it.
I'd be quite comfortable to have the consultation before we do make a decision to adopt. So if we delay it by a month till September, that's okay with me, and gives it the opportunity to maybe at least have some community feedback in terms of where we sit on it. And then also give the opportunity maybe for Sam and others to maybe highlight some of those wordsmithing or gaps that
no one's interested in, so that's fine. But that's what people, the message today has been quite clearly, this is the final draft, subject to a change around the cultural proficiency matrix, right, which you've acknowledged is a typo and needs to be changed. But the majority view today has been, this is the final draft.
So, yeah, well,
I'm not sure if that's what I heard as an officer, no. Councillor Jennings.
So then what is the scope of the changes that people are agreeing to? Because everyone's being vague and ambiguous. Be clear about what you're actually saying. Hey table, go away. Hey team, go away and do X, Y, Z.
I don't think we're being ambiguous at all. I actually think what we're saying, Sam, is like today, 3 of you have come in and provided feedback, one of them 2 minutes before we're sitting in this forum. So how, is this going to just be the pattern where you guys come in late and you provide this additional concern and then you put these more, because what I'm sitting here thinking now is these are just more delay tactics. So if you want to be an elected member that actually wants to represent your community, you are asked really clearly, not only by the PAG but also by your CEO, can you provide me some guidance That's what she's been asking for this whole way through, Sam. And no. What you've given is resistance. What you've given is, where is the solution, Sam? Where is your solution focusing? What are you doing to help this council get this framework over the line? Other than coming here with your own perceived perceptions of what law is, what the council's obligations are to a treaty, where is it? Where is actually your desire to make something happen here? Because actually I don't see it. What I see and what Bernie just said is we're just pushing it down the road a little bit more. Why I said adopted in principle, it actually says that this council are committed to the process. We will then go to consultation. If you go to consultation before, what's the can of worms you want to open up? Are we going to receive 1,000 Hobson pledge submitters because they hate the treaty? Is this what we're actually opening up? Or are we going to be responsible councillors and follow through with what the path was we set, the task we set our staff? Because that's not what I'm hearing here.
So to be blunt and keep it real clear, tell you what, if you want to know what you can do to make it work, get rid of any reference whatsoever to unelected representation and co-governance or anything that could be implied or construed to mean that. Otherwise, I'm not going to support it at all.
I'm happy to vote on the 6th of August as it is, minus the UN removal stuff, which is 3 paragraphs. I don't think we need to go to consultation on the document. I see this as very much an operational document, guiding staff, and would much rather just move to the vote.
What I'm going to suggest is, because this conversation is challenging because the table is so divided and there is no consensus on a way forward. I think the best thing at this time, given it's the end of the day, is actually we just take pause on the conversation. Give me some time to think overnight about how we might navigate this, because I want to begin by reminding council about how we started, which is this is a document for you to own as governors. We're doing this because governors said this was important, but at an operational level, the relationships we have to navigate matter, and I'm not sure whether, as Chief Executive, I would feel confident right now in bringing a report to the 6th of August Council meeting based on the conversation we've had and where, to be frank, Mayor Bernie, I don't feel like the table have given collective direction. And so I'll have a little bit of a think about, what could that look like and what is a mechanism for councillors to give that without, of course, not jeopardising your right, which is to debate something around the council table. But I think my job is to try and set this up for success. And when I say set this up, I don't necessarily mean the document in front of us. I just mean the outcomes that you said you wanted to achieve. And I would hate to, by us not thinking about this, we as officers have then failed this work. No, all I'm asking you is, can you just give me some time to think about this? Because none of you have provided the answer or a collective voice, and I want to make sure I'm giving good advice to you about how we navigate this. And I can tell that the emotion in the room runs the risk of us not actually getting any further forward on this kaupapa, and instead we'll take some steps back. And I don't know if that's...
Haven't collectively 5 people said that they want to move forwards with this, and 2 people said that they're fundamentally opposed regardless of anything? It's not a steer. Maybe my math is wrong on this.
Yes, no, your maths isn't wrong, Councillor Boyle, but 2 of those 5 people also said, take that out, let's do community consultation. And so there are different views on how we take it forward.
Okay, but Jonathan already retracted his comment on Jonathan didn't care about community consultation.
Yeah, but Mayor Burney and Councillor Greenstone did.
Oh, right.
So that,
Oh, great, sure.
No, you are not voting on stuff. Like there is. No, I think we're better. Like Mayor Burney, unless you've got some different wisdom to offer, I think we're best to finish the workshop with an acknowledgement there is varied feedback. We know that this work matters, and that's why people care so much about what it says. But let's take a breather and think about the best way forward.
So that's on the adoption or process, whatever. When will we have a final draft?
I'm not sure, Councillor Jennings, because I need to think about that. Like, I'm not clear about how I take this work forward. So I'm asking you for just give me some time to think about it.
Sorry, I haven't got any great words of wisdom for you, but I do think take a breath, and won't hurt. And the fact that there's only 7 of us here now doesn't help. It could get a lot better. If we were all around the table, I'd have a lot more confidence about moving forward. But because it's only half of us, it doesn't give me the confidence to actually move forward at this stage. So I'm okay with taking a breath and rethinking where we go.